not without some sort of lubrication. And he said, son, 10 years ago I did something. And that was my story.
Okay, hold on. I'm not going to even address that.
Well, it is Halloween.
Spooky.
Do you want to hear a really spooky story, children? One day, they'll make you get up every day and go to a place you hate to earn money and to spend it on stuff you don't need.
Again, by your definition, I'm still a child. Do they have Halloween in America? Because they've never mentioned it.
Are you for real?
Yes. No, I'm not.
I was about to say. Welcome back.
Hello.
To Life is Strange, episode 4.
Today we'll be exploring anal fissures.
What? You explore your own anal fissure.
Yeah.
You fish in there as much as you like.
So today, it's a boys' night in. We do not have Charlotte, so it's just us lovely gentlemen.
Yes, and me and Crow as well. Of these lovely gentlemen.
We are doing something.
We don't know what.
Today I'm joined by once had a sexual encounter with a dolphin. Don't worry, it was consensual. Crow.
I mean, I would like to argue about it being consensual. I mean, I was very non-consensual about it, but everyone at the zoo thought that it was perfectly fine. Hi, I'm Crow. I'm playing someone today. I don't know what's happening. I wish you a merry vaginalness, just so we're not safe to stream.
And,
some of that English.
And I'm joined by a man who once adopted a dolphin-crow hybrid, but we're not really sure where that came from. Ogre.
Yeah, I saw it being created at the zoo. Hi, I'm Henry, and I shall be playing Charlotte.
What? Zach. Welcome back.
Hello, Zach.
Sorry.
Ooh.
I am still recovering from being sick, so I apologize if I do not mute in time. But yes, welcome to D&D.
Wait, Zach is Zach from Saved by the Bell, or Zach was some kind of weird documentary test tube baby?
It's Zatch. It's Zatch from that really bad California sitcom that I can't remember the name of, so this joke sucks.
Doogie House.
Ah, okay. Never made it to the UK, so it's fine.
Oh, okay.
Our customs department was working overtime that day.
What? You want to bring this to the UK? No, get out of here. We have quality. We have Doctor Who. You ever seen it?
No. We don't get over here.
The new one sucks.
Oh, God, no. Absolutely. We have abolished it here.
Although I've got to say, it was worth watching just with Billy Piper's tits.
Mm.
Whoa. Okay. So yes, welcome to this as we find Buttercup and Grumble in their respective areas. What?
Respective areas.
Yeah.
What were
do
you
you mean?
gonna say?
So I'm on a roof. Where does that leave Buttercup?
You're not on a roof. What are you talking about?
That's my respective area. It's an area of great respect for me.
No, you guys are in dust tax in separate spots.
It just makes it sound like we're in a zoo, though. And here we have the Grumble exhibit. And
Well, yeah. You were the dolphin and he's the crow. You put that together. As you both are doing your respective things, crow, you both kind of zone out for a moment. You find yourselves in dizzy darkness. Together.
I did not think that was LSD, but clearly it must have been. Poke, poke, poke.
I'm poking Buttercup on the forehead.
my eyes are crossed. I'm trying to concentrate on this finger. I don't remember smoking anything, but maybe I was in a draft or something and it was wafting through the window. Well, it's dark. Oh, hang on a sec. I'm going to look round expecting to see the hand. Hello?
You do not find yourself in like ankle deep water or anything.
Oh. I have never been more disappointed to wake up in ankle deep water.
Oh my gosh, Crow.
I'm looking around for a sheep.
Are there any sheep here? Have I been here before?
Do you need 5 minutes alone with the sheep?
You guys see nothing currently.
Okay, so we're not in the hands domain and we're not in Wales. Where does that leave?
I hope you wouldn't go inside of a whale.
So everything is dark all around us.
Correct. All around you is familiar darkness.
Familiar.
Why am I reminded of a Manowar song?
No, it's not actually familiar. Hey, what up, Havoc? How you doing, man?
Can we see? Is it? Have we got dark vision? Is that working?
Yeah. You.
So we can see.
It's just this extends past your 60 feet, and you can see the ground. I guess the ground is just like this uncut, like natural stone.
Question: can I see my regular 150?
Yes, it's still dark. It's still beyond your dark vision.
Hello? Is anyone there?
I'm here.
Take an inspiration if you don't have one.
You just hear the fail fish of hand smacking forehead.
That's got to be leaving a mark by now.
He's actually like, his forehead used to come out a little bit beyond his eyes, but he's now flattened his face a little bit.
Did anyone answer?
No, nobody answered.
Alright.
Can we do some kind of perception check to see if there's a particular direction that would lead us somewhere? Prints on
Sure.
the ground or anything like that?
Go to investigation perception.
Okay.
Boy, I miss Rhythm Bot.
Oh, yes.
Oh shit, that reminds me, I haven't got the music on. Give me a second.
Can I clap? Oh, am I not synced? This is me counting 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I don't know how I would have unsynced.
Or how it would have been synced. I got 17.
I got a 10.
Okay. What is your role, Ogre?
17.
But like perception investigation.
Oh, my perception is 20 and my investigation is 15.
But which one are you using? Which one is this? Is this investigation or perception?
I shall go for perception.
Okay.
Because that's what we were doing. So I wasn't investigating, I was perceiving.
Gotcha. You think the audio is fast? I don't see how that would be possible. Oh, right. This is... I don't know how to fix this, if that's the case. Oh, wait. Let's do that. Let's see if that's better. I'm doing all right. I finished 2 characters with a friend last night for a new Halloween one-shot we're doing today. How are y'all? I can't type. I'm doing good. I'm actually country building right now. Yo, Havoc, that's exciting, man. I hope your one-shot is fun. That's exciting stuff. You guys look off. Go ahead.
Why is Zach building a country? Like, is he trying to plan to take over some kind of nation?
It didn't help? Are you for real?
Let me have a listen.
Did it make it worse? There. Let's try that. Bam. Let's try that. I also don't know if it, I have to like reset OBS Streamlabs to make it work or not. I didn't with OBS Studio. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. I mean, I can't listen to that. It's going to sound terrible on stream.
Pobs, give me 10 seconds and do your 1, 2, 3 thing again.
So wait 10 seconds and then do it again?
Yeah, let me just quickly disconnect from Discord.
Well, this isn't what I was anticipating happening today. One, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I'm also like an angel because apparently it's god dang bright outside. Oh, also I can fix that. 1 second.
Bob's is going to fix the sun. Global warming is cured. Bob's fixed it. Thunberg is out of a job.
Much better.
So yeah, there is some kind of delay between your video and audio. There's not much. It's like a second and maybe a second, 1, 2 seconds, something like that.
What's fast? Me speaking or the video?
The video is slower than your audio.
The video is slower than my audio. Okay. I don't think I can deal with it right now. Oh.
Yeah, I don't think there's. It's not. It's like a second. It's not a big deal.
Also, Ogre, thank you for gifting a sub to Havoc. Havoc, you have tentacles. Feel free to use them as inappropriately or as appropriately as you like. Sugar, thank you for resubscribing for 18 months. You're on a 7th month streak. We almost have a baby. You and me.
Sugar.
Shug, what's going on, man? I don't really know what that is, but I assume I should be thanking you, Ogre. Yes, you have tentacles now. You extended your tier 1 through February? You extended your tier 1 sub through February? Holy crap, Shug.
Ooh.
Dang. Oh, nice. Tentacles. I love those. How's it going?
Who does? Who
Mr.
does
Shook?
tentacle?
You know what? I'll do one thing. I'll do one more. I'll do one thing. I'll try turning it off and turning it back on again.
Oh.
As you guys look around in all directions, I mean, there's not like a path or anything. It's just stone, so there's not a direction that seems better than any other, per se.
Underdog, how's the air feel?
Very just like no air movement at all. Just very stale.
Is that how we remember the Underdark, by any chance?
I don't think so. The Underdark is more, it's caves and whatnot, so it's got smells and... You don't think this is the Underdark?
Oh.
I'm going to grab a... Do I have anything I can toss? 1 second. That's not what I meant.
Oh, I'm such a child.
We're all just big children.
Okay, so I'm going to grab a dagger. I'm going to make a little circle and make like 8 directions on it and twirl it and see which direction it stops in.
Okay. Have you tried keeping it turned off? That should solve it. Listen, I know if I keep the camera turned off, the stream will improve in quality, but listen, chill.
Okay, so 5. So that means we head that way, which is probably going to be what? South. Yeah. Why not?
South directly. Or what you believe to be south in this no way to know directions place.
Yep, wherever that direction is, gonna head that way.
Oh. Oh, look, Buttercup, there might be cake that way.
And I pull out a cake and just try and bend down on the floor completely opposite.
Look, there's a cupcake here. Maybe if we keep going that way, we'll find more.
Okay, I shall make an unarmed attack to get the cupcake, I think. Just...
You're going to punch him in the face to steal his cupcake?
26 to bite the cupcake.
Okay. I assume you do it.
And then with a wry smile on my face, knowing that I probably would have followed him anyhow, but I got a cupcake out of this deal, I shall keep going. Because I'm not going to sit in the middle of a dark corridor on my own.
Okay. Inside the cupcake, does it look murderous? You guys walk off, quote unquote, south.
11.
Oh.
Does the cupcake look murderous?
I don't know. You were the one who pulled it out.
You'll have to wait for tomorrow now.
Well, yeah.
We'll have to wait to find out.
More information needed. Check back later. I'm trying to contact you about your car's extended warranty.
I shall drink my oil and slip in and see if we can find out earlier.
Grandma's question, what is my car?
You keep going. You keep heading south. Roll a D100, Crow.
Are we not in a corridor? We are in sort of a huge open space.
Yes, this is
39.
not a
20
corridor.
short of the good number.
It's just massive open space. That is correct, Ogre.
Right.
39. I am 20 short of the good number.
So
Ooh.
you're 20 short?
Yeah. No, sorry, 30 short. What am I thinking?
No.
Chrono math today.
Crow not the best at math, apparently.
It's all the donuts, trust me. There are too many donuts.
The cupcake is an insurance scammer, got it. Dude, he probably works for Mr. Likely. That guy calls me all the time. $39. Ogre, roll D100.
No, me too. Okay. I haven't rolled a D100 yet today, so
No. I would not imagine you have.
oops. Oh, for God's sake, delete. Right, delete. There we go. I got 61. Apparently, I'm 19 out of a good number.
Also, Zach, thank you for tipping 1994. Summoning the Scat Man. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Or, God, I'm an idiot. Thank you for that. Also, welcome back, Havoc. My brain combined two things that I was saying. Yes, thank you so much for that, Zach. Welcome back, Havoc. Okay. Roll initiative. Hello?
I'm tempted. Oh, no, I'll find out whether 68 is. 61 is, just in case it's a huge fuck off dragon or something, before I do something else.
No, roll initiative.
Right, okay.
Hey, I found that. That's mine. Just to come back. Can you add a dono? What'd you get?
25.
Crow, what'd you get?
20.
Sorry, I was... What?
Wait, Ogre, you rolled a crit? You rolled an advantage, so see if you crit. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no.
Am I being attacked right now?
Roll initiative.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you.
What's the donation you want to add, Zach? Also, anonymous gifter. Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Iron Goal. Iron, you have goals and tentacles.
6.
6. Okay. Buttercup.
Yes.
As you walk with Grumble, you eventually no longer see him as he sort of fades away from you.
Oh. Well, as he's fading, I shall run towards him.
Okay. You run towards him. And he just kind of disappears.
Oh.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the end of Grumble. Sadly, he is now dead.
Grumble has been erased by the gods.
I shall run desperately in any direction before they bring him back.
Okay. You run desperately in a direction. I feel like the music needs to be different. Really?
Do you have running desperately music?
Do I have running desperately music?
La 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 la.
I was gonna hit you with this video that I really love. That I'll put in the D&D. I wish it was just a GIF I could put in the D&D, but it's not. Oh god, I hope this isn't loud. This is going to be so loud. Okay, we're good. If anybody cares and is in my Discord, and I haven't shown this to you, that's what I thought of when Ogre said Let's go with... I know what I want, I just can't find it. Yeah, this will work. That's very loud, apparently, on stream. Buttercup,
Yes.
you come to a wall.
Oh. Well, a wall, like a brick wall, or a...
You come to a stone wall that appears to have a carving in it.
Whoa.
Or on it, not in it. I guess both would be correct, but... Hey, anonymous gifter! Sorry, Ogre.
No, you're fine, yes.
Thank you for gifting a sub to Mimi! Mimi, you have tentacles. Do you wish to do anything, or would you like me to describe what you see?
I would like to look at this carving.
You see... This is a massive sort of mural carving of a wall.
It's a wall with the carving of a wall on it.
No, yes. So, yeah, it extends pretty far. You would have to, like, walk to see all of it, essentially. But what you see is a ruined city in a mountain pass. What looks to be demon-esque creature crawling out of a hole, and then humanoids turning into sludge, trying to fight it.
Ooh.
And
This goes on both directions, does it?
yes, and it has a caption that you are able to read.
Oh, right, okay.
That says, "She shall make children of us all."
Right. Okay, now, do I follow it left, assuming that it's going to get happier, or right, assuming it's going to get worse? So can this go, I'll take this goes on as far as I can see left and right.
Correct.
I shall go left, and I shall keep looking at this wall, seeing where it starts.
Okay. This wall is carved into the wall. Appears to be a wall. Be careful. Crap, thanks for the gift sub. Sorry I didn't say anything. I was lurking on Xbox, but hey, Pobs and everybody else. Hey, Mimi, you're good. Lurking is appreciated. I'm just happy anybody's here. Thanks for the gift sub. I was being sneaky. Iron. Mimi and Iron, how you both doing? Speaking of lurky, I could probably lurk for the next half an hour while I make sure I actually finish my characters. You go for it, man. You go for it.
Hi, guys.
Grumble. You walk in a direction to what you think is south with Buttercup, and Buttercup begins to fade away. Is Crow dead?
The thing about this is I've wasted my 20 just to see Grumble fade first.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think Crow died.
Hey! Oh no.
Back to you then.
Yeah.
I have a cold, so I'm not doing much right now. Gotcha! I'm also sick. Or at least I'm getting over being sick. I'm gonna go back to lurking. Yes, you do it. You go for it, Mimi. You follow the wall to the left. And you see more of, obviously, the mural. No, I don't have a bot, Mimi. So I don't have any commands. You see this same demon creature losing in what seems to be a crazy, warped, unnatural landscape against other large creatures. Roll a religion.
Oh, right, religion.
I have no commands. I'm a loser. I feel stupid now. Don't feel stupid. Blame me. That's fair. Don't feel dumb. I'm dumb.
Not as dumb as me with my 2.
Oh.
Goddamn week.
Welcome back.
Back. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Every time we do D&D, I just for some reason it kicks me out at least once.
Roll at an advantage, Ogre.
So me?
Yeah,
roll it.
I feel like, yeah, roll at advantage.
Oh, okay. Very generous of you. Right, that's a 0.
Okay. You just...
I think that's that is definitely Tempest. Most definitely, that is Tempest. Hell, Tempest.
You don't recognize most of the large creatures, but you do recognize one of them, even with the roll you got, because you've seen it and you've fought it. You see Breath Sereth amongst this cacophony of larger entities fighting this sludge-like creature. They seem to be winning, and as you keep going left, it keeps sort of rewinding, where you see this sludge-like entity spreading out into the unnatural landscape, sort of corrupting different creatures. Some of them you recognize, like Baelors and Molidiuses and things like that.
Oh. So it sounds like someone got too big for their boots. And everyone else teamed up on them. And I'm not coming to the anywhere near to the end of this wall. I'm taking it.
No, you're not.
Right.
Zach, thank you for the $6 tip. I appreciate you. That has been deactivated because I kept getting claims on it. So I had to turn it off. But thank you for the $6. When am I going to teach you the ways of D&D? At some point, I can do that. I've just been job searching and I've been kind of busy. But I will message you one of these nights. Get it out of your page. I thought it did. Did I not? I'll do that. Whoops, that's not even Twitch. I'll do that later. Do you keep going left?
Right. I'm going to assume that this is this is like the 9 hells I'm looking at, or one of them, and that this is probably, as that's quite an infinite plane, that this could be going on forever. So I shall turn right and go back the other way, and then move forward from there. I think head back to where I was.
Okay, you start heading right. Crow, are you alive?
Take it away, Gabe.
Yes, I'm just logging into Roll20 now. I'll be literally with you in like 20 seconds.
So I feel like I'm carrying the team here, Crow. Just between you, man.
Scatman is safe for now, yes. Message me on Discord today, and I'll make sure I am not sick to be ready to talk to you and whoever else you want to bring in to teach me the ways of D&D. It should. Zach, thank you for the $1. Thank you for the $3.33 and the $1. Zach, thank you for hitting all the different numbers. Mimi, it shouldn't take that long. It'll probably take an hour at most, frankly. It's just a quick tutorial intro thing. Grumble
Is ready, yes.
Okay. You, as you're walking, also see Buttercup fade away from you as she tries to kind of like walk towards you and reach out to you.
I will try to reach out to her.
You do. She disappears. You find yourself alone in darkness.
I will reach into the bag of patisserie.
Okay.
Oh no, I have this giant raspberry flavored cheesecake. Whatever will I do with it?
And I wait for a response.
Nothing answers you.
She dead.
Can I do like an arcana check of the surrounding area?
Go for it.
15.
What are you trying to determine?
If there's some kind of magical effect in place, like some kind of plane shift or some invisibility spell.
You are not sure. Believe what you would like.
Okay.
Well, Grumble's gonna spin the dagger again, pick a random direction, and go that way.
Okay. You continue south.
Again. Continue south.
Yep. DMCA ruined my vibe. Dude, I don't know why the sax man is the one that gets the claim. Scatman doesn't. And Beep Beep I'm a Sheep doesn't, but the freaking Eurovision thing does. It might take more than an hour with me. I don't know if you remember, but it's hard for me to understand lots of things, so I have to write down in a book so I can remember. I mean, it takes as long as it takes, personally. I'm not going to be in a rush. I just don't think... I'm trying to keep it simple, because it's a tutorial, so I don't think it'll take super long. And there's a great website called D&D Beyond that helps a lot. It helps you make characters very easily. It fills in the gaps pretty well. Grumble, you also reach a large wall with a carving on it.
Do I recognize the writing?
You don't see any writing currently.
I will approach the wall and examine the wall.
Okay. You come up to the wall and see what looks to be a celestial of some kind hovering over several dead humanoids.
Do I recognize this celestial?
It is an Empyreon.
Clarify something. This is on the wall, or this is beyond the wall?
On it. This is carved onto the wall.
Is there any writing on the wall?
Not that you see right here, but the wall does extend to your left and right farther than you can see.
I'm going to start following the wall to the right.
Okay. Whenever I get the chance, can I send you the travel scale? Sure. I had cancer in my brain, and I can understand most of D&D, so I believe in you. Just whenever you have time, just let me know. I'm sorry, I hope you beat it, and you're well now. Should kick that cancer's butt a long time ago, if I understand correctly. You continue to the right. You see... This is going to be a really low DC for you. Make a religion check.
15.
15. You see the skies of Avernus, first layer of hell, opening onto the material plane.
Ah, okay. I'm going to continue to the right.
You continue to the right. You see devils and celestials mixed together in what appears to be cooperation, destroying large landmarks. One of them you recognize as the tower on Moon's Landing. Others you're not so sure.
Oh shit.
Oh my gosh! Oh my good lord. Okay, anonymous gifter, thank you for gifting 10 tier 1 subs to the community.
Oh, I hope I got one.
Pandora, you have tentacles. Ace Bananans, you have tentacles. Zio, you have tentacles. Ash, you have tentacles. Dark Souls, you have tentacles. Pika, you have tentacles. Guy, you have tentacles. Allison has tentacles. Pickles has tentacles. And Nate has tentacles. Freaking whoa! Whoa! Anonymous gifter, thank you for bombing me with 10 gift subs. Holy crap. Well, those will go off for a little bit. Anything you want to do, Crow?
So I see Celestials and Infernals taking down the material plane. They're coming from the first level of the 9 hells. I'm going to go to the left instead. I'm going to go to the left of where I saw the Imperium guy and see what happened before that.
Okay, you do that. Buttercup. You head off to the right, or you head off to the right side.
Yes, so I shall, when I get back to where I was, like I said, saw the first one, I shall carry on walking, hoping it doesn't get too apocalyptic.
Okay. You go past where you started, and you see a individual, a man, like an elven man, kind of old, balding, who has 3 corpses laying on slabs, and he seems to be coating them in the sludge from the creature.
Okay, we shall hurry past that. That
Okay.
sounds terrible.
Okay. Your next thing you see is that each of these 3 individuals, these corpses, stand up and are now alive again, though they don't quite look like they're all there mentally.
Okay. So, someone is using hell slime to create undead politicians. Okay.
Take another inspiration if you haven't used the one I gave you earlier.
I haven't used it yet, no. But I don't mind keeping one spare.
Well,
Right. So,
you can't have a spare.
as I'm looking through the going along the wall of demon horrificness, and Paul says the angelic wall, I'm beginning to really regret my natural 20. So this is actually quite detailed then, this wall.
Yes.
Is it detailed enough that I should have been writing this down?
That's up to you, man.
Too late now. I shall start moving faster then, because fast forwarding past the scary bits of an old of a horror DVD.
Okay. Are you still looking at the wall, or you're just moving past it?
Oh no, I'm but not paying as much attention to it.
Okay. You just hustle down the line. Grumble.
Yes.
You go past where you see the Empyrean. And where you started with the Empyrean. And you see the same Empyrean holding a female individual by her neck, and it looks like he has snapped her neck.
Do I recognise the person that's had their neck snapped?
Make a really low DC intelligence save.
Yeah, about time your wall got shitty.
20.
Avira.
Oh shit! I moved to the left.
Okay. The next thing you see is the Empyrean standing in a hallway, and Avira, which you've seen her with her wings and like consumed in orange energy. She seems full power, ready to go to fight this guy. And there's text between them that you read because it's celestial.
It's in a speech bubble.
It's not a speech bubble. In Celestial, it says, "One of us will hold the keys to destiny."
I go to the left again.
You go to the left. You see Avira hiding the Heart of Grace, burying it somewhere.
I go to the left again.
You go to the left again. Buttercup. You come to the end of the wall.
Oh.
It seems to be broken off at the end. Very jagged, almost like somebody snapped off the rest of it. And in front of you is a very small circle of light on the ground.
Does the wall look like it continued on past this wall of light, or is it there's like
It looks like if it wasn't broken, it would have continued onward.
So can I step over the wall of light and see what else happened, or?
It's just a little circle of light on the ground. You can go around it.
No, I'll go round, and I just want to see what happened on the other side of this circle of light. The wall carries on.
Well, you continue, but there is no more wall. It just seems to have been broken.
Oh, okay. I'll just check the other side of the wall, just in case that the good side of the wall with the Avira shit's on the other side of it.
Okay. You step around to the other side of the wall. It's just the same thing.
Oh, it's on. What's the last image on this wall?
The last image on this wall is one of the three individuals that got coated in slime.
Yeah.
You see him kind of happily sitting around a bunch of children with one of the other. So there was two dudes and a girl that got coated in slime. You see one of the guys who got coated in slime, the girl who got coated in slime, all being surrounded by a bunch of children. They look happy. There's a Furbolg, there's a Warforged, and it just looks like a happy scene.
Oh, that's a good way to finish it. How
Pedophiles.
Thick and tall is
Damn.
how thick and tall is this wall?
It's about 15 high and about 10 deep.
10 foot thick?
Yeah.
And is it like solid, or is it like a layer on the outside and then like a crumbly interior?
It seems to be solid.
Okay. Right, I shall go and stump this whole this glowy circle of light.
You hit it?
Well, no. First, I'm going to look up just to make sure it's not coming from the ceiling.
You don't see any light from above you.
I shall poke it with What do I have? What do I have that
What can I poke with?
Yeah. Do I have a pokey stick?
A bird kamikazed into my window and I come back to children covered in slime. What happened? Fair.
Welcome to D&D. I shall poke it with the pelvis of Josina Doran, please.
Okay, you poke it with the Jacinta Duran pelvis.
Yes.
And you are teleported.
Oh, wow.
D100.
Oh. What hellscape have I found now?
Slime.
Oh, 20.
20. Grumble. You continue down the left wall. Or down the left way of the wall. You see different images of Avira. Fighting things, meeting people, hiding the heart of grace from celestials that hunt her. You also see intermixed in this stuff you already kind of knew. You see her as a very young girl, steal it from the vault and then run away. And as you keep going down the wall, eventually you see her and the Empyrean again. But instead of her neck being snapped by the Empyrean, she decapitates him.
Okay.
Roll to drop kick the girl. Yeah, let me roll for drop kick.
What role is that exactly?
No, I'm just kidding. Anything you'd like to do?
What's to the... Is there any text along the wall that I've come across again, or
Nope.
was that the only...
That's it.
Can I keep going to the left?
Okay. You keep going to the left. You see the 9. You see Avernus again. You see Avira and several people standing up against Zariel, Tiamat, Bel, the Empyrean, and something else you don't recognize. And then a sort of victory post-battle of them having killed all of those things. And then Avira back in the celestial plane with her father. And the wall ends. You also have a small disc of light at your feet.
I'm going to step into the disc of light.
D100.
$93.
Buttercup. You find yourself in darkness again. Do you do anything?
Okay, well, last time we was moving south, so I'm going to move north this time.
Okay, you start moving north. You come to a wall.
Right. What hellscape is this wall? I shall look for a something horrible on there.
Well, the first and foremost thing you see is something you recognize, kind of. You see Zondria.
Sorry?
You see Zondria.
Oh, yes.
She's kind of hunched over a table, looking through a bunch of papers, seemingly sporadically.
Oh, I shall try and read the papers.
They don't have text. The carvings don't have text on them.
Doesn't stop me trying. Am I in the middle of the wall again, or am I at the beginning of the wall?
You seem to be somewhere in the middle again.
Oh, okay. I want to find the beginning of this one. I shall keep going back until either Zandria stops being on there, or until I find the start.
Okay. A wall that's a wall covered with walls scraped into a wall. God dang it, sugar. You start heading left. You go for a little bit, and you find text on here that you can read.
Oh, awesome.
It says, "She walks among us. She is near."
Oh, in what? Is there any context to this text that's on there, like the pictures around it?
Just Zandria standing amongst a crowd of people.
Oh, right. Is it go any further to the left?
Yes, you keep going left. You
right.
just found text on your way left.
Right. Yeah, I shall keep going left. Now I know that there seems to be a beginning and an end to these things. I shall keep going left.
I'm fascinated with walls. I'm a wallologist after all. I hate it. You get to the leftmost side of the wall. There is a circle of light here.
I'll ignore that. I'm going to read along.
Okay. The first thing you see is what looks to be Zandria, sort of being not knighted per se, but given a position of power.
Right. Oh, we've seen that before. So, yeah. Keep going.
The next thing you see is her sort of beginning to lose grip on her sanity a little bit.
Oh. Okay.
And then part of the wall seems to be scratched off.
How scratched off? By fingers or by chisels or what?
By something, not fingers, by something like a chisel, some tool.
Oh. Is it quite a lot been scratched off, or
Yes,
just a little bit?
a pretty decent chunk of this has been scratched away.
Okay, I shall skip that bit then and move on to when it all starts again.
Okay. Grumble.
Yes.
You find yourself in darkness. Do you do anything?
I will head to the west.
You head west. You come to a wall. Shocking, I know. Estonian, thanks for raiding with a party of 2. Estonian, what's going on? Welcome, welcome. Also, I think that's an I. Jeff, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Jeff and Estonian, what's going on? How you doing? You come to what appears to be some kind of depiction of the night sky. It's a small raid. That's fine, dude.
Just the night sky, nothing else.
It's just like a large void of stars.
Can I check one left and one right?
Can you check one left and one right?
Yeah, to the left of the depiction of the sky.
Oh, like you
Like
want to
move
see what the
left and
one
then move
picture...
right.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
To the left of you, you see a very, very, very unbelievably large thing, as there are planets in this depiction, and this thing is dwarfing planets being sent out through a void. And then to the right of you, you see a skeletal hand with an arm covered in feathers reaching out through that void.
Sorry, can you say that again? You cut out for a moment.
Which part? What I just said?
Yeah, arm feathers.
Estonian!
Oh.
By the way, level 19. Yes, this is we're endgaming this campaign at this point. Small raid, good raid, level 800. They've been doing this campaign for like 60 streams. It's an ancient evil thing. By the way, Estonian, thank you so much for resubscribing for 48 No! Sugar! Thank you for gifting a sub to Estonian! What? You gifted a sub to Santa! Estonian, you've been gifted a sub!
It had to happen after all this time.
Should you leave, that's up to you, Zach. Thanks for the gift sub. I'm a D&D noob. I'm just level 5 on both my characters. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Hey,
Welcome
man,
to true power.
we're all noobs, personally. And Sugar, thank you for gifting a sub to Jeff. Jeff, you have tentacles. Feel free to use them as inappropriately as you desire. It feels weird. I know, right? So the mural to your right is that same void, but a skeletal hand and an arm covered in feathers reaching out through the void.
I'm going to go right for a few and see where I see.
Okay, you go right. BRB, no worries, Estonian. You do what you got to do. You go right. The next
Estonia's got to go and change his trousers.
The next thing you see, that emote is cursed. Why is that emote cursed? He's adorable. He's not really that adorable. To the right, you see a large creature with antlers. No deer skull, but like just antlers off the top of the head, glowing white eyes, feathers covering the torso, the skeletal hands with no feet. It just kind of comes to a point like a ghost. And it has text underneath it that says, "The children of the Timeless One pave the way for their father's return."
Is this the I've forgotten its name. Is this the primordial? That's the Dex one.
No. Nope. This is a different. It has antlers and skeletal hand, but that's where the similarities for this end.
I'm going to keep going right for a little bit.
You keep going. Right. Buttercup.
Yes.
You come to the next mural that is intact, which is Zandria walking in what looks like heavy snowfall.
Oh. Okay. Right. I shall keep going because I suspect we're getting onto the bits which we kind of knew were from her past. And maybe even from when I read her diary.
You begin to see different snippets of what seem to be non-connected pieces, but from what you guys have seen of Zandria, you know better than that.
Yeah.
You see different people in totally different people that don't look like Zandria in like government meetings or amongst groups of people or speaking in rallies. They all seem to have this light glowing red in their eyes.
Yeah, that's just people she's killed and taken over, isn't it? So.
Correct.
Hmm. Okay, yeah.
You keep going, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm waiting for the bit when she's desperately looking for the bits when she turns up.
You begin to see individuals and creatures like ancient dragons, and you do see a Vera at one point in one of these. These creatures and people seem to try and fight her and then end up just not being able to do anything about it as she just stands back up again.
Okay, well, I'm thoroughly enjoying Buttercup is thoroughly enjoying this wall so far. Keep going, yeah, definitely keep going.
You come to a point where you see, again, something familiar to you.
Yeah.
Chayup.
Oh, right, yes.
With the giant crystal as Zandria kind of reaches out for it.
Oh, that's new. Okay.
The next mural is the end of the wall. you see Zandria and hundreds of people, all of them with the slight reddish glow in their eyes.
And that's the end.
And that's the end. And at this
Ow.
end of the wall, you have a dark, almost necrotic-looking circle on the ground.
Oh, that's unhealthy. These faces, are any of them like, are they quite detailed or are they pretty generic faces?
They're detailed.
I shall look. She's looking for herself in there.
You do not see yourself in here.
Do I see anyone I know in there?
Yeah. You see lots of people you know. Again, you see Avira, you see kings that you've met, you see Mary Fergani, Grumble's friend.
Can we just back up to we see Avira? So she at some point killed Avira.
Whatever you'd like to believe. You see all kinds of people. You see Grimm, you see Bosox, you see Bueller, you see all kinds of people.
But she kills people and takes their place, or does she just like when I was reading her diary, does there something like today decided to pretend to be so and so? What a laugh,
That wasn't
LOL.
super in the diary. She just, as if you recall, at one point she had switched forms in front of you guys.
Yeah. Well, that's it. I can't trust any of those people now. Then.
We can use these tentacles in the You Know Who channel, somebody who streams Bloodborne. You can say people's... I'm not going to be offended if you say another streamer's name. But yes, that is the end of the wall, and you see this sort of dark purple circle here.
But there's a light circle down the other end, wasn't there?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to take a pit on and I'm going to carve a half-orc in amongst all these people, or change one into a half-orc with long hair and everything. And then I'm going to head towards the white light because a black necrotic light just sounds bad.
Okay. You head back towards the white light. Today I decided to go on a murder spree. # just girly things. Grumble. You continue to the right, you said, I believe.
Yes.
Okay. As you continue to the right, you see this entity, the feathered-armed, skeletal-handed entity, sort of reach out through an almost watery... How do I want to describe this? It's like a barrier cutting it off from the material plane, and it sort of reaches out through this watery divider at times and seems to contact different individuals who end up either killing themselves, bringing mass destruction on their own people, or lose themselves forever.
Okay. And if I continue going right, do I see anything else?
As you continue going right, you see something you recognize. Chayup. With not the green crystal that you've seen, but a much, much, much larger one floating above it. And the very last panel of this is the hand reaching through the watery void and snatching that crystal back. You also see a dark necrotic purple circle at the end of this wall.
Okay, so knowing that there's a light circle on the other side, I'm gonna can go back to the left and find out what story happens if I go to the left.
Okay. You head back to the left. You pass the part where you were before.
Mm-hmm.
And you come to several different panels and depictions of people rejecting this thing, reaching out through time and space to talk to them, and nothing horrible happens to them or their people, or they keep on living. And eventually the last panel is Chiap with the very large crystal floating above it and nothing snatching it out of the air.
Do I recognize any of the people in these panels?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I will again step into the white circle of light.
Okay. Buttercup, you also step into the white circle of light.
I do.
You're both teleported. Ogre, D100.
Yay! Uh, 71.
71. Okay. You find yourself in darkness.
Okay, I am going to get onto the magic carpet and go up.
Okay, you go up. Eventually you come to a ceiling with carving.
Yay! Oh, Jesus. I shall lie on the carpet and discuss the ceiling carvings.
This is actually something you will recognize. I don't think I need to do a super big description of this, but I will if you would like me to.
I'm quite glad for a summary.
You recognize a lot of these panels as the Shadow Father.
Oh, okay.
You find text that says a shadow will consume this land. And
Hey, I recognize that prophecy.
yes.
I shall get my piton and carve into the wall LOL.
Okay, you do it. So in a quick summary, you see to the right of you, you see the Shadow Father succeeding, and like the entire planet covered in shadow and dark eyes, and everybody basically just dead. And then there's the dark necrotic circle, and then the left is basically y'all cutting the Shadow Father down and sending him away.
Oh, so we're in it.
Yeah.
Now Zandria was there. I'm going to have a look at the Zandria's one and see if she's got red eyes.
You don't see Zandria anywhere in this mural.
Even though she was there at the end and that she had a run-in with him.
She's not on there.
Ah. Okay. I will just quickly check all of our carvings on there just to make sure none of us had red eyes, but then I shall head towards the left to see the origins of the Shadow Father.
Okay.
It was once a chess program.
He was once a chess program. All that. Okay. I mean, the very left is just you guys defeating him. But in the middle is you see this humanoid-looking guy with like long hair. He is with the Hand and the Beast and other primordials that you sort of recognize. The Brute.
Oh yeah.
They are getting their absolute shit kicked in by the gods.
Oh yeah.
And he seems to reach out and roll. I don't know how you're going to roll an Arcana check. A very unlikely Arcana check.
Right. That's a 3.
Yeah, he reaches into something that you're not sure what it is. Am I cutting out for you guys?
Yeah.
Yes, a little bit.
I'll be right back. Well, that's unfortunate. Discord's being weird.
This is how we use the spell banishment.
And they all lived happily ever after.
Restreaming. We good now? Hello?
Yes, we're good.
Yes.
Nobody can hear me more. So, he seems to reach into something that you're not sure what it is. And
Okay.
like his essence, his soul, his body is just basically consumed, and then a night walker is just spit out from him.
Right. Okay. Well, first up, air high five to Crow. Put that one, and then
Bunch of
so he
trolls.
so he reached into something and what does it look like? Is there a picture or what was it? There's a picture.
It's just like no, it's just like nothing. It's just like darkness.
an abyss of some sort. Right. Okay. And is there a white light down this end by any chance?
On the end that you guys defeat him, yes, there's a white light.
Right. I touched that with the crutch of Joseph.
Okay, you teleport. Crow, D100.
1.
Oh! I don't think you rolled that right.
1D100?
1D100. Yeah, I did.
Nope, there's a space. It's 1D space 100.
Let me try that again.
There we go.
46.
Okay, well, okay. Ooh, okay. In darkness, do you walk?
I walk. I will head north.
You come to a wall. The first thing you're going to see... Oof. The first thing you're going to see is this giant shadow-like humanoid kind of crawling and reaching its way up a beach.
Ooh. Can I go 2 left and 2 right to see what they say?
You're looking for the words.
Well, I'm looking for just what's on the panels, like two panels left, 2 panels right.
Okay.
If there are words, I'll gladly take them.
To the left of you, you see what looks to be an underwater scene, and a bunch of eyes like opening underwater. And then
The eyes of an aboleth, maybe?
No. More.
Just because I got my fantasy ball doesn't mean you get yours.
They're more mixed and matched. It's just different shapes and sizes of eyes opening and underwater. One more panel to the left of that, and you see a female holding up what appears to be some kind of stone, and underneath her it says, "A corruptor will manipulate our power."
This stone, does it look like something I've seen before?
Does not.
We're about 2 to the right of the center.
2 to the right is you watching the destruction of a bunch of islands just being eviscerated by these giant shadow-like monsters.
Okay, I'm gonna keep on going left then.
Okay. You continue left. You see this female individual, like searching through ruins, meeting people, seemingly generally well liked by a lot of the people she's meeting. But if you go all the way left, you'll find like the young girl version of this individual falling in a hole and almost drowning. And that's basically the end of it. This is the white light side.
Just for what's all the way on along to the right? If I follow it all the way along to the right as well.
If you just follow it along to the right, it's just these, again, massive creatures decimating islands, and then eventually you see them moving out towards different areas, like the Eldamar and other places, and decimating those areas.
Do I recognize any of the people on the left-hand panels?
No, you do not.
And I don't recognize the girl?
No.
Okay, I'll head through the white circle.
Demon Underdog.
No, right. Two.
It actually is 2.
I'm sorry to surprise you.
Well, I mean, Crow did it wrong, so I was like, let me make sure. Okay. Ooh. Okay.
That's not good.
Or it's great. You see a sprawling cityscape. Not Chayup, but a massive, unbelievably large cityscape that does have one of those crystals floating above it.
No, okay. What's the landscape like around that one?
It appears to be very tropical, beach-like. Never trust the DM when they get excited. Listen. Stop it.
Okay, I shall go 3 left and 3 right.
Oh, okay. Okay. 3 to the... Yeah, 3 to the left. You see similar, large, massive city structures with crystals floating above them, but they're different. There's 3 different cities. So you have 4 different large cities with crystals floating above them.
Oh, okay. So this could be... We know that there was quite a few cities on this thing. Right, I shall head all the way over to the left till I get to the white light, and then I shall move my way forward, because I'm going to guess this is probably the founding of places like Chiyup. Was one of them Chiyup by any chance?
I mean, the very next panel is Chayup.
Oh, right.
So, yes, you basically see Chayup and then these 4 other cities that you are not familiar with that are all very large, crystals above them, and then as you go left, you begin to see different... You don't see cityscapes anymore. You begin to see more, like, personal things. You see all these... You see all these different people that, like, touch the large crystals and appear to be empowered by them.
Oh. Okay, I'm looking for, obviously, a few different things. One is Zandria, another one is Avira, and the other one is, obviously, us.
You will not see any of those 3 things.
Oh, okay. It was an interesting theory that crashed and burned.
To the left side of this, you see these cities all get massively destroyed.
Ah, right. Now, that we knew happened, did we?
I believe, yes. These cities all get massively destroyed. The crystals in the sky fall out of the sky or crack. And at the end of the scape of destruction, you see a warforged individual with glowing green eyes just watching everything burn.
Oh. Did I see like the stargates and the giants and everything?
You yes, you would have seen that, yes.
And then at the end there's a giant... Is it a giant warforged or a normal sized warforged?
No, it's just a normal humanoid sized warforged.
With glowing green eyes?
Yep.
That's nothing we've come across before.
It is not.
Okay.
But as you continue to the left, he seems to die in the collapsing of Chiop, and then return at a later date, and then he is defeated by a group of adventurers.
Oh, okay.
And then your white light, of course.
Okay, well, I'm going to try something different, because I'm going to head towards the dark light.
Okay, you head off toward the right.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically the same panel, except when he comes back, he slaughters the adventuring group, and he seems to basically enslave everybody.
I wonder if this is like what has happened and what could happen.
And then obviously the Dark Necrotic Circle.
I shall touch that with the pelvis.
Okay. You teleport.
Hmm.
Grumble, D100. Oh, you do find writing, by the way. Sorry. You find writing. This one says, jealousy breeds in a king with no crown.
All right, okay. That doesn't mean anything to me, or even less to Buttercup. Right, okay. Away we go.
You teleport.
71.
Okay. Okay. You see elves. Lots of elves, like, gathering around this giant obelisk pillar thing. And it seems to, with the carving, there's multiple carvings of this. It seems to change and twist and show off and give off different writings on it, but none of them make any sort of sense. Nobody seems to be able to read it.
Does this obelisk have like a green pyramid on it, or
No,
anything like that?
It does not.
Do I recognize the obelisk? Is it one I've seen before?
No, I don't believe.
Okay, so I'll head to both sides and see what the story says on each side.
Okay. On your left side, you get to a white circle, but on your left side, you see several individuals over, you assume, years trying to decipher or figure out what this means, and then this one guy comes along and seems to be able to not only read them, but interact with them. And toward the left, at the end, he is killed. All of the obelisks, there seem to be 9 of them, are destroyed in a white light.
How many zones were there in like the Great Empire thing?
5.
Only 5, okay. And is this the white light or black light?
This is the white.
What's the black light side of things show?
You go to the other side. Obelisk with writing on it. It sounds like Dead Space to me. Very similar. But the obelisks are not broken. This individual does not look like he is defeated. And he stands in a what appears to be giant cavern with hundreds of chains in the walls leading to something. And you see this singular eye open, as this eye is like 4 times the size he is. And that is the end of the panel.
I'll step through the white light one.
Okay. You also find writing, obviously.
Ooh, what writing does it say?
They who hold all the power.
Okay, all right. I'll continue along with my white light.
Yes. Ogre, do 100.
Do 91.
91. Okay. Cool. You see. You gotta go left or right first. You come to a wall.
I was actually about to say I'm going to sit down and let the wall come to me, but I shall then go left. Right.
I mean, do you sit down and let the wall come to you?
I am actually, yes, because I think this is something. There is something to be said about these walls. I think if we wait long enough, the wall will come to us. I've gone up. I've gone different directions. I've not sat down yet.
Okay, you sit down and wait. Grumble, do 100. That's not it, bud.
11.
11. A fellow wallologist, I see. 11. You find yourself in darkness. Do you wander around?
Yes, I will have a wander.
Okay, you come to a wall. Oh man, this will be good.
The wall of pornography.
You see a stone-like portal with an archway with different phases of the moon on it.
Oh shit. I will go left first.
Okay, you go left first. Okay. You see this portal sort of teleport all over the place, underwater, into mountains, into fields, just never staying in one place for too long. And then you see 3 individuals, 2 of them being, yourself and Himry, one of them being Butler.
Oh.
Wander into this portal one night, and a dragon come out of it. You head off to the left. You see different killings of dragons, and eventually you come to a scene you recognize of Moon's Landing and other cityscapes covered in a white light, and as soon as it flashes, there are no dragons.
Oh dear. Has this got the white light or the dark light?
You don't know yet. You haven't reached the end.
I'm keeping going left.
You keep going left. You eventually see all of these dragons, seemingly led by this unbelievably large red dragon with a glowing orange eye, just raining down unholy destruction on all kinds of towns and cities and people. You see a group of adventurers stand before this dragon and die. There is no light on the end of this one.
Oh shit. Do I recognize the adventurers?
Nope. They seem to be formless, faceless.
I will head to the right and see what happens then.
Okay. You head to the right. You see a very similar scene of destruction and adventurers trying to stand up to this dragon, and they die. There is no light or dark at the end of this either.
Oh, well, shit. What was the writing? Was there writing on any of the panels?
There was. May your fiery rain burn forever. Which was the text you guys found carved into the portal. This one does not seem to have any changes either way. The people fighting it always die.
Did I recognize any of us in the right-hand panels?
Nope. Still formless, still faceless. Well, other than you releasing it from the portal.
Can I jump to the other side of this wall?
Like walk around to the other side?
Well, that, or climb over it or something, or use the carpet to fly over it and look at the other side.
Sure. You do it, it's the same thing.
Can I do an Arcana check on the wall?
Sure. Go for it!
21.
21? What are you trying to determine?
Is the wall magical?
You don't feel any magic on it.
I'm going to go to the center panel and cast Dispel Magic on it.
Okay. You go to the center panel and cast Dispel Magic. There's nothing to target. You don't even use a spell slot.
Okay. And the wall just ends abruptly, or it's broken down?
Nope. This one is just only Ogre had the broken off one. All the other walls have come to a very neat, like, carved end. This one just doesn't seem to have two different outcomes.
Going from the left-hand end of the wall, can I try and destroy part of it?
How so?
Can I use Mold Earth to try and break the wall down?
You begin to mold earth and, yeah, you start breaking it. Buttercup, nothing has happened as you sat here.
I am going to cast the 5th level spell, Commune with Nature.
Okay.
That takes 11 minutes.
Okay.
I shall commune with nature.
Stop smiling, you evil DM. Listen, relax. Commune with nausea. Let me read this real quick.
Yes. Communing with nausea.
Communing with nausea.
Also known as eating at Taco Bell.
Oh, man. Don't even get me started on Taco Bell. It's so upsetting.
We don't really have Taco Bell. Actually, that's a lie. There is one down by me now.
There is one near me as well.
It's so good,
Yeah.
but they got rid of all the things I like. And you can only order half the menu online. You literally have to order online or they won't make it for you, which is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Oh.
Wait, what?
Yep. If you walk into the store and you're like, I would like this, they're like, you have to order it online. Okay, but the same kitchen is going to make it. Why does it matter if I tell you from my mouth or from my phone?
Stand outside.
What happens if you say to them, "Well, I don't have any. I don't go online.
Then they don't make it.
Why?
I don't know, dude. It's one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. It's one of the biggest corporate suicide things I've ever seen. I'm sure people are using it, though. I'm sure they're getting plenty of orders online. Okay. There does not appear to be any nature you can commune with around.
Oh, is there any celestials or any other demons or anything like that?
Nope, it doesn't. Any of the stuff that would make this ping is not around.
Ah, okay. Well, that's more than I knew 11 minutes ago. So, assuming that digging down is not an option, I shall head south by southeast.
Okay. You head south by southeast. I haven't had Taco Bell in a while, so I don't know, but it sounds very dumb. Dude! Again, don't get me started. It's so upsetting.
Well, it's not as if the item you wanted was actually on the menu, in which case it doesn't really matter. But if the item you wanted isn't there, then it's upsetting.
Well, they got rid of like half their menu, and then they took another half of that minimized menu and made it online only.
So a quarter.
Yeah, so it's the most difficult place to order food now if you want things. You come to a wall, shockingly, I know. Do you go left or right? Or do you just ignore it?
Well, ignoring it would involve walking into it. Actually, no, I should try that. Is the wall really there?
Do you touch it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's there.
All right, okay. What's the first frame that's in front of me?
The frame that's in front of you seems to be an individual raising up their hands, and the ground beneath them is just like splitting like an earthquake.
In a good way or a bad way?
Doesn't seem to be a good thing, as people are like falling into the holes and running away.
Right. Okay, let's head right first and see the shitty side of this.
Okay, you head right. Yes? Oh, that wasn't for me.
It was Taco Bell. Their lawyers are being...
As you head right, you come across, again, several panels that basically, as you go down them, you're following the journey of this one individual who seems to come from a nearby, like, nature-based island. He seems to be a druid of some kind. He shows up somewhere. He seems like he hates everything about everything. Sort of becomes a local terrorist, finds this one guy who's trying to stop him and kills him, and then steals the stone that he's guarding, which he seems to connect with, like you saw the larger crystals in the other one that you just came from. And then he proceeds to destroy and rip apart the landscape around him, summoning different elementals and various forms of destructive nature.
Oh, what a shitbag. Right. Oh, I'm glad we haven't met this guy yet. And what's in the other way? Other way, or is this the whole wall?
On the other side, it's, again, very similar, but instead of killing that guy and taking the stone, he is killed and stopped by a group of adventurers.
Yay! Right. I like this side, so I shall stay on this side then.
There's also the you have dark and light circles at each end.
Well, it seems to be the sort of a Mass Effect 3 ending with the dark and light circles. Doesn't seem to make any difference. So I shall touch the pelvis to a light circle.
Okay, you go through the dark circle.
What?
The right circle's the dark one.
The white circle's the dark one.
The right side circle is the dark one.
White circle. Sorry. Okay, well, I shall go through the right circle then.
Oh, there's also text. I always forget. There's also text you find.
I didn't bother reading it.
Okay.
I didn't bother reading it. I should have been looking for it, unless it sort of leapt out at me.
I mean, it's the only text on the wall.
Oh, in that case, I shall read it.
It says, "From the south, he comes to steal its power."
It's the French. The bastards. Right.
You teleport somewhere else.
Yes, I shall teleport somewhere else.
Grumble, you've gone nowhere.
Oh, one second. Before I do, I'm going to try doing ascending to Grumble.
Okay.
Hi. At a wall.
Is that it? Is that your sending?
Yeah, that's it.
Grumble, you get a sending.
Oh, that's fine.
Via the stone.
Also, at a wall. Bad things.
You hear that back.
Okay. Well, we've got the unlimited one, so any ideas? Saw Shadowfather and Zandria. Saw Zandria is Avira and Grim. LOL. What do now?
Busy. Call back later.
What you wearing?
If I break down a leftmost panel, is there anything beneath it?
No. No, there's not.
The only panel that I saw us in was the centermost panel.
The one where you release the dragon.
And effectively it follows the same story both left and right.
Essentially, yes. What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm? Khakis.
If I examine like the panels again, is there any kind of like particular turning point where like things start going very, very wrong?
I mean, I guess that's up to you. There is the bright light where literally all the dragons get taken, essentially. Mostly all the dragons. And then...
Is that on both sides? Or is that only on one side?
This one is the one you are in front of is the only one where both sides are the same. There isn't a good outcome either way. It's the bad outcome on both sides.
Well, what I mean is the white light taking the dragons. Is that on both sides?
Yes. Everything is on. It's exactly the same on both sides.
Fuck it. I'll destroy 5 panels in from left, 5 panels in from right.
Okay. You start destroying.
Yeah.
Make a wisdom save.
Ooh. $22.
22. As you're doing this, a very faint orange light begins to shine behind you.
I'll have a look at the light. What do I see?
You turn around. Go ahead. What were you saying, Ogre?
It's the police. Stop vandalising that wall, young man.
Up above, probably about 40, 50 feet up in the air, you just see this single beady orange light looking down at you, and a voice speaks out to you. Destruction has all you have wrought. Thank you for that.
How far up is the light?
About 50 feet.
Lightning bolt.
Lightning bolt. Okay. You lightning bolt. The lightning bolt strikes. You see it sort of spread through the body of this red dragon as you light it up. He seems completely and utterly unfazed.
Okay. Synaptic static. It's basically a psychic fireball.
I just need to see some. Oops, that's not how you spell that. Okay. You cast Synaptic Static, and it doesn't seem to do anything. He literally just stands there as it goes off, unflinching.
Ooh.
You're wasting your time. Allow me to have a turn.
Don't let him have a turn. It's a trick.
I need you, sir, to make a Constitution saving throw.
Is this a spell?
Nope.
$28.
You barely succeed.
Oh.
You watch a flash from the eye, and you will take half of this. You will actually take a fourth of this, I believe, because you are resistant to it. Because you are resistant to necrotic, I believe.
I am, yes.
So you will take 41 points of necrotic damage, which is the fourth damage. And then he will begin trying to breath weapon you. However, wisdom save.
$29.
29. The white circle of light appears in front of you as you hear Gil. If you want not die, you should step in.
I will immediately step in.
You step in as the fire breathes towards you.
Thanks, Gil. Tell Abby Grumble says hi.
You are seeing... This is in Gil's voice. You are seeing all things I have written down. The end of worlds.
Last wall. No good outcome. Is this avoidable?
You cannot fight a god.
It is a god already? Or not yet?
You get no answer. But you do appear next to Buttercup.
Ooh, I sense a celestial.
You both seem to have reunited. I mean, I can stare into the camera more if you want, Shug.
Hello.
Well,
I've been having a great time. I've been to see Xandria, and I've seen Shadowfather, and I've seen other stuff. It's been fantastic. And I've touched Joseph Duran's pelvis against some white light and some dark light, and I've communed with nature, and I've gone up, I've gone down. It's been fantastic. How's your day been?
well, Grumble may be responsible for the destruction of all things on this plane. So I've had better days.
I would say this is a good one. 4 out of 10 so far.
I will explain everything that I've seen to her as well.
Yeah.
Well, shit.
Yep, poop. Indeed, poop.
And you think this is where we are now, on this Red Dragon's plane?
No. Grumble thinks Gil has... Well, Gil has brought us here. Maybe to warn us.
Or to
Maybe.
fuck with us? Are you sure that last voice was Gil and not the dragon?
Grumble is pretty sure, yes.
Well, did Gil tell you how we get back from here?
Nope.
Well, should we just go and destroy a wall then? Because that seems to work. Seems to have a... And then you can ask him?
Grumble thinks it's not best idea. Maybe we just pick another direction and walk.
No. Okay, we haven't gone down yet.
Can I examine the floor?
Sure.
Being a stonemason, I would know of like terrain and geology and things like that and types of rock. Can I tell what this is if it's like naturally formed?
Yeah, make your check.
What check would this be? Because I've just got masonry tools.
I
It's
think-
my
Excuse me. I think that specifies like the check. But let's find out. Yes. So it's either a history investigation or perception check. Well, no. In this case, it's a history check.
history check. Okay, so let's do a history check. 9. Shit.
Unfortunately, you need a dwarf to dig a hole. All right, well, chill out. 9.
Dig a deep hole.
I mean, it's just naturally occurring stone.
So you say Gil made all of this? No? Right, good. Nice talk.
I've been in both Gil and Zelo's presence before. If I do an Arcana check, could I maybe like check for the general their magical signatures or anything like that?
What do you mean?
I really don't know.
I mean, it's not really unless they sign it, there's not really a way to be like, ah, yes, this was cast by this person. Any other ideas?
I say we walk. Or you try and use your teleportation things.
I say we walk. Maybe we are here for a reason.
Oh, okay. What happens if that was the reason?
That's an excellent question that we will find an answer to if we walk.
Okay. Should we just walk in different directions?
No.
Grummel's gonna grab her hand and not gonna let go of it.
Oh. I didn't know you felt
That's
that way
not my hand.
Buttercup.
My hand has fingers on it. Right, okay. I shall then walk north by northeast.
Okay. You walk north by northeast. Just walking in a direction.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should we run? Do you think that's a good idea? Yeah, let's run.
I have no choice but to run if she's running.
You guys run through the darkness.
I suggest we run as fast as we can and see if we can beat the darkness.
Okay.
Well, actually, there's an idea. I'm gonna cast light upon my trusty old straw hat.
You do it. After a little bit, you both will hear the flapping of wings getting closer.
I will cancel that light spell.
Okay. You watch as you guys are moving. An ancient gold dragon and an ancient bronze dragon land. Vazio and Molzarinth.
I run up and I hug Vazio.
They both seem they are about to breath weapon you.
I run up and I hug Vazio.
Roll initiative.
Oh dear. God damn it! Why is my roll so 4 again?
Don't roll so poorly.
I've lost my cursor. 1 sec. I got a 21.
Got a 21.
Oh yes, just today.
It's time to duel.
Die.
Okay. Boo-doop. Go ahead and stick your numbers in. Well, interesting. Interesting numbers from our dragon friends. Ogre. Is Ogre dead?
No. Oh, yes. Sorry, I sort of lost the ability to do combat. Sorry, one sec.
That's a lie. His cat ate him and has now replaced him.
It's Cat Ogre.
Katoga. Did that work?
No.
It's showing 21 for me.
I will refresh. Oh, there it is.
Yes.
Okay. Well, you are first to react in this scenario, as both dragons look like they're getting ready to just breath the crap out of you.
Okay. Right. How far away are they?
That far. Mose is 25. Vazio is also 25.
Okay. I can get there in less than a round. So I shall. Unarmed is 15. I move to there. And I got a 27 on my hug attack.
I mean, yeah, you hit.
It's what she would do. She would try and hug him.
Okay. I mean, is that your turn?
Okay, I have 2 attacks. Oh, I got a natural 20 on my hug attack.
Okay.
I squeeze really tight.
Okay. Is that your turn?
Do I do 20 damage?
No. Do you do anything else?
I shall haste.
Okay.
So I can
you
squeeze.
cannot haste. You've already
Why
used
can't
your
I?
action.
Oh, okay. Right, then that is I shall. I never thought I'd see you. I am so happy.
Okay.
And it is your turn, Fazio,
Okay.
as I am grabbing hold of a forelimb.
Okay. I'm losing my mind. Okay. Let's see. Nope. All right. Well. Vazio is gonna slink his little head down and yeah, he's just gonna directly breathe down onto Buttercup.
Oh, bad touch.
So, dexterity save, which, I mean, you see this coming. So.
Right, my dexterity save 11. So here we go. Oh, another natural 20.
Okay, well, you'll take half of the lightning.
Yes.
Your yes?
I was about to say I'm resistant to damage, but I just suddenly thought, am I resistant to lightning damage? I don't think I am. I think it's...
I mean, if you raged, you would have been. Because you're bear totem, I believe.
Yes, that's what I meant. I don't think I am. So, yes.
You would take half, so you take 43 lightning.
No problem. That is a bad touch. Oh, you hurt me so good. Right, No problem. I shall smoulder.
And that's going to be his turn. On the other end of the spectrum, Mozarinth is going to go like that and just fire breath weapon to the face Grumble.
Is there a saving throw?
Yes, it is dexterity.
Yeah. 15.
Well, that's not going to do.
Okay.
You take 81 points of fire.
Is fire the only type of damage?
Yes.
I take half of that. I'm resistant to fire.
Okay, you take 40 points of damage. She can't. She's not hugging his neck. He's too tall for that. She's hugging his paw.
Unless I could get any further between his legs, just his paw.
And then he's resistant to his own. He's immune to his own breath weapon, so he could just breathe down. It doesn't matter. That's his turn. Grumble.
What kind of dragon is Vazio again?
Vazio is a brass dragon, if I remember.
Right, so Vazio's brass, and the other one is
bronze.
So bronze, and what's Mozarinth?
Gold.
So gold is fire, and thingy is lightning. Okay.
I like how there's brass, bronze, and copper, which are all fairly similar in color.
What kind of breath weapon does a copper dragon have?
Let's find it. I mean,
fire.
It's lightning fire. It is, in fact, acid damage.
Oh.
And what about a platinum dragon?
A platinum dragon doesn't.
Whatever it wants.
Yeah. You have never seen a platinum dragon.
Okay, right. Can I maybe roll something to find out if I can figure out what a platinum dragon's breath weapon would be?
Well, considering the platinum dragon is Bahamut, whatever the hell it wants.
So there aren't any like real platinum dragons then?
That's, I mean, not really, no.
What?
There's Bahamut. The metallic dragons are gold, silver, bronze, copper, brass. Those are the metallics.
Gold, silver. So what's silver and what's silver dragon's breath weapon?
Cold.
I believe that is correct. But let's just make sure, because I don't quite. Yes, it is cold.
And what resistances do they have?
They're
just resistant to their own breath weapon.
They're immune to their own breath weapon. Or the damage that they deal, yeah. So Mozarinth will be totally immune to fire damage of any kind.
Okay, I'm going to use my Summon Draconic Spirit, and I'm going to create, let's say, a brass dragon.
Okay. Summon Draconic Spirits. Oh, god dang it. This is the UA version of the spell. Do you have the actual spell, or do you have the UA version of the spell?
Say that again?
Do you have the actual spell, or do you have the UA version of the spell?
Do I have the what, sorry? Do I have the actual spell, or do I have the...
UA, Unearthed Arcana, playtest.
I mean... Source Fitzpan's Treasury of Dragons, but I thought this was I thought it was an Unearthed Arcana.
It was playtest, but the book, Fizban's book, just came out, so now it's official content.
Okay.
So I need to make sure that the spell you have is up to date with what is actually out.
Well, I'm looking at it right now on Wikidot. It says Fitzban's Treasury of Dragons here, so let's just go with
so I'm
that.
assuming you're good. then you're probably good.
Yeah. It's still the same thing. It's still like the piece of Dragon's Hoard worth 500 GP, and it's not consumed.
Okay. Let me.
Oh no, that's changed. An object with the image of a dragon engraved on it worth at least 500 GP. It used to be an object from a Dragon's Hoard worth at least 500 GP.
That's what they changed things, and because of that, you had a thing from a Dragon's Hoard worth that amount. We're just gonna say that you have the thing that you need because they changed
Excellent.
it. You know, that would be pretty unfair for you to still have the thing from the Horde, and now it's like not what you need. Okay, so let's see. Yep. Okay, so you pick metallic.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Okay, so damage resistances. So, actually, so this changes things, doesn't it? So I wouldn't be immune to it because it's a different type of spell now. So, question is if I summon a brass, does the resistance only for lightning, or
bronze? But let's see. I have to read this because I think it is a little different. Resembles a dragon of the family. Yes. Cool. It disappeared. Yes. Blah 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 blah. It doesn't make you resistant to anything.
No, I mean the dragon itself. My aim was to have like the dragon resistant to at least one of the types of damage.
There's a Draconic Spirit stat block. So that's what you would be summoning. Let's see. This is turned into we've gotten sidetracked.
I mean, the hit points are fairly simple. It'd just be a 100 HP.
Okay,
I'm seeing.
Yes, it would only be resistant to whatever thing you pick. It's not immune because it's not an ancient dragon. It's just a spirit.
Okay, but it's only resistant to the one type. It's not resistant to all four,
Correct.
right? You're right. That's what I was just double checking. Yeah. Okay, so I'll make it resistant to lightning for the minute.
Okay. And it is size large.
Yes, and it's got an AC of 14
you
plus...
You can have a size large Nalag.
Yay!
He's dragon enough, and I'll remember that he's not an actual dragon.
I can't move him.
I know, I'm working on that. I have so many goddamn people in there. You should be able to move it. I couldn't find your name.
Actually, one second. If I want to breath weapon, what's my range?
It's a 30-foot cone.
So I definitely want to make sure he's at least 30 feet away from me.
Also, 2d6 of damage. Which, boy, that's underwhelming.
Give me a moment. See if I can get them both in that 30 foot. Oh no, it's not going to matter, is it? It's going to be immune. Okay. Right, we'll just angle the cone upwards. Do I get a bonus for flanking for like the dragon's attacks?
I don't know. I'll say. I'll say no for now because that's how it would work with other summoning spells of this nature. But I will look into that.
Okay, so I'll summon him 30 feet away, and that's sorry, that's my action, and
ogre. Always on top
And
of
let's.
it. You're gonna breath
Sorry,
weapon?
just. He's got like a separate turn by himself, so I'm just gonna stick him off there for a minute. I'm trying to decide what I'm gonna do for my bonus.
Wait, what? Does he have his own initiative?
Yeah. Well, no, he goes directly after me,
Okay,
but he has his own turn. He gets a full turn.
got it. So you have a bonus action and movement.
Yeah. On an extent, first action provided the spell hasn't ended. No, so I can't do that.
No, I won't do that. No, I won't do that.
No, okay, right. I'll just stick with a standard chill touch. I'm gonna do a chill touch on him, and I'll use a sorcery point to quicken it, so it's a bonus action.
Okay, you'll have disadvantage because it's a ranged spell.
Yeah, but unfortunately, all of my cantrips are ranged. So, shit. That's what I rolled. Give me a second. Let me figure this out. It's been so long. Okay, so it's 19. So, spell attack bonus. $35 to hit.
A disadvantage?
28 at disadvantage.
It hit.
Yay.
Hits!
22 necrotic.
Okay, you hit him for 22 necrotic damage.
So that's my action, bonus action. I'm not going to move because I'm going to die. And flying up doesn't do me any good.
Okay.
Dragony's turn.
Well, Buttercup.
No, the dragon goes directly after me in initiative order.
Oh, your thing.
Okay, so I'll use my free action to say attack the one I'm attacking.
Okay.
Okay, so does this thing get a bonus action, or is it just movement and action?
I think it's just movement action.
Let's go with that. Okay, so I'm going to have him breath weapon.
Okay. What is his DC?
How would I work out his DC?
Spells. Hold up, Draconic. Spirit. Ogre, you'll get your turn one day.
I'm just waiting for wild magic. That's all. That's all I'm here for.
That's all I'm
yes.
here for.
I haven't done the wild magic. Let's do the wild magic.
As long as they don't all turn invisible, that's the main thing.
4 does not go off.
No.
Against your spell save DC.
Okay, so that's 19 then.
Your
Oh no, spell save DC.
I was gonna say your spell save is way higher than that.
My spell save is 27. Sorry.
Oh, he failed. He can't make it.
Okay, so
Not on a
It's only-
dex save, he can't.
so that's 2d6 damage. Yay!
Yeah, 2d6 damage. Oh no, he can make it.
Then roll for him.
He didn't make it.
Okay.
Ogre's part of the scenery by now. Yeah.
Yay! 8 damage.
You hit him for 8 more damage. It's damage. Is that it?
And I'll have him move right up to him
Okay.
in the hopes it's going to attack it and not me.
Uh-huh. Okay. Buttercup, you've just been breath weaponed.
Right, I shall assume that the engagement is off. I shall haste, rage,
Yep.
which will allow me to move 20 feet, which I shall go straight up. I am going to climb him.
That is probably not going to work. Go ahead and make an athletics or an acrobatics, your choice.
I shall make an athletics roll. That is a 39. And I get that at an advantage. 39.
What is his? Imagine it's high. Well, it's not that high enough for that. Yeah, you climb Vazio. As he tries to shake you off, you're just like, nope.
Yep. I'm climbing as far as I can, so that's 20 feet. And then with my remaining attack, I shall hit him. That's a 23.
Hits.
Yay! Oh god, now I have to do math and stuff.
Thought you liked combat.
I love it. It's the math I don't like. Because now I have to go in and go right. Right, so that's.
Excuse me, sorry. Ooh.
So it's 3 from that.
Just happy I haven't been coughing.
Oh, shit. I forgot to D8.
Well,
1 second, I should have been prepared, so I had to write all these down because there was
It's,
so bloody many.
Would you mind if I add an extra D8 of damage?
sure, go for it.
Extra 4.
Extra 4 points of damage.
I keep on forgetting about that thing where when you reach level, like one of the levels in Sorcerer, Wild Magic, you get like an extra damage die.
Hell yeah, ride that dragon.
And I shall use the tattoo as well.
Okay.
To do some necrotic. $32, 42.
You cut into him.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Can I free action kiss it better?
I mean, you could certainly free action kiss him. It won't make it any better.
Do I? Can I?
You go
I
for
think
it.
that's everything. Unless I have a move action, in which case I'm going climbing further up.
What's your normal speed?
40.
And it's double. You would have 20, so you have 20 more feet to climb.
I shall climb those 20 feet.
Okay. I mean, you're at the top of him now.
Right, I am going to get. See where his horns are?
Yeah.
I'm there.
That's kind of what I figured you were at.
Yeah. And next round, I'm going to start soaring.
That it? Is that it?
I think that's all I've got.
At the end of your turn, Molzarinth is going to freaking tail attack Grumble.
Yay!
Oh, that's gross. What's your AC?
21.
Okay, he can miss. It is possible. He didn't miss.
No, okay, he didn't miss.
You will take 17 points of bludgeoning damage. So he
That's not too bad.
tail whacks you. Oh, well, that's fine. Vazio also going to try to tail attack Buttercup.
If he misses, does he smack himself on the back of the head?
If he rolls a 1, yeah.
Yay! Come on, 1. Come on.
He definitely can miss. Because your AC is 25.
It is, yes.
He did not.
No problem.
But you're also raging, so. Twaka for 17 down to 8 points bludgeoning damage.
Oh, I like it rough, Vazio.
And he's going to roll for breath weapon. He didn't get his breath weapon back. So he is then going to try to shake you off of it.
Okay.
So it's a contested, it's athletics for you, and then he gets to choose.
I got a natural 20 for 41. I 3 natural 20s. I've never rolled that many natural 20s.
For what? How much?
For 41.
Okay, he can't beat that. You're just on him.
I'm a tick at this point.
You're a tick at this point. At the end of his turn, Molzarinth is going to tail attack Grumble. He didn't miss.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to miss.
13. Oh, almost minimum. 13 points bludgeoning damage to Grumble. And now it's his turn, and he's going to roll for breath weapon. And he didn't get his breath weapon back either, so he's just going to bite, claw, and tail Grumble.
Does he have like legendary actions and things?
Yes, that's how he's tail attacking you. For the bite, he hit. For the claw, he hit. For the tail, he hit 24. Unless you can do something about the 24.
Yes, I can actually. I will use a shield to knock off the 24.
Okay, so you do not take a tail attack to the face. But you are bit for 21 piercing damage.
Is that the shield spell?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that the whole round?
Yep.
Yeah.
So if you cast it at the beginning, you'd have an extra 5. Would that not make any difference to you?
Not the first two.
Oh, right.
The first two would still hit him. And then you take 14 points to fire.
So is that halves to 7?
Yes. And then you will take the claw attack. You will take 21 points slashing.
This is not looking good.
Already?
That is his turn. At the end of his turn, Vazio's going to try and tail attack Buttercup. Just cut his tail off and get a weapon. It's not Dark Souls. It's not how that would work. He will hit Buttercup with the tail attack. Buttercup will take maximum 25 down to 12 bludgeoning damage.
Ouch. It's all adding up.
But that's his turn, Grumble.
Okay, give me one moment.
25 bludgeoning would hurt a lot if not for the rage.
Does he take any? Because he's effectively smacking himself on the back of the head at this point.
I mean, no, not really. I mean, if he misses, yes, he will probably. If he rolls the 1, he will hit himself.
It says here multi-attack. Dragon makes a number of rend attacks equal to half the spell's level rounded down.
Okay.
And it uses its breath weapon, so it does both.
Let's see. I mean, yes, I believe you, but let me read it.
I think that's what it means. I'm not sure if that's actually right.
Equal to half the spell's level. What did you cast to that?
Standard 5th, unless it's now a 6th level spell, in which case...
It's not, it's still 5th. So it has 2 multi-attacks, and it uses, yes, so it would be able to rend and then breath weapon.
Okay, right, so we'll do that from now. Well, first of all, it's my turn, not its turn. I'm gonna blink and hope it works.
You're confused why this fight is happening? Yeah, me too. No.
No.
Right, okay. Okay, right, I'll bonus action first, then I'll blink, sorry, if you don't mind.
You can do it in whatever order you want to do it in.
And just hope it doesn't block me. Okay, so, 1d20 plus, what was it? It was plus 16, 17, 18, 19, so... Does a 20 hit?
That's natural 1, girl.
Yeah.
So no. Not only will it not hit. What are you casting?
I was casting a chill touch.
Roll your damage.
Oh, this is gonna suck. Okay, so to be fair, this would actually be the... 1 second. Give me 1 second.
I have a low power brain level, I guess. No.
So here's my question, right? You know that ability that lets me do an extra damage die? Do I have to use it?
I don't know. Does it say you have to use it?
Let me have a look. See, 1 second.
Or is it a you choose thing?
Because it's only applicable if I've rolled maximum on at least one of the damage dice. Actually, no, it's only applicable if I roll maximum on the damage dice, so that's fine. I'm not rolled. I have to... No, that's fine. No, okay, give me a minute. I need to read it now.
Okay.
Shit!
Ogre, next campaign, whenever we do that,
Yes.
you be a spellcaster, and you take all the time.
Actually, in the next campaign, that's when I've got Dungball. So yes, I will be a spellcaster. He's a druid.
Who?
Dungball. He's the
I remember.
druid.
Yeah. Yep.
Yes.
I remember. Well, he's a moon
Yeah.
circle? I don't remember. What was the circle?
Spores.
I'm so sorry, everybody.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
That's fine. You just make someone has spells and animal companions to play. And wild shape.
You choose one of those. 1 second. When rolling for spell or roll the highest number possible on any of the die, you choose one of those die, roll it again, and add that roll to the damage. You can use this feature once per turn.
So no, it doesn't sound like you have to do that. No.
Okay, awesome. I'm going to choose not to do that and just do my standard D4. $13.
Okay, well, you deal 13 necrotic damage to your draconic spirit.
Oh, god damn it. Right, 1 second.
You just totally whiff.
Grumba's very sorry, that was not intentional.
And now I will try to blink out of existence.
Okay.
Does the dragon do anything to try and stop me?
Does Vazio or Molzarin try to, counterspell you? No.
Yeah.
No.
Yes, I blink out of existence, I hope.
Okay, you blink out of existence.
Let's see if a wild magic thing goes off. It does not.
That is your turn.
That's my turn. Dragony turn. He's going to attack him twice and apparently try and breath weapon him. So, melee weapon attack, your spell attack modifier to hit. Okay. Reach of 10 feet, one target. So it's 1d6 plus 4 plus the spell's level piercing damage.
It's actually a natural one. Thank you.
Okay, so my spell attack modifier, so 19 plus. Does 25 hit?
Yes.
28 hits then.
25 hits anything.
And 25 again. Okay, so all three hit. Breath weapon and the two attacks. So
Well, the breath weapon's not a roll to hit.
Oh, it's not. Okay, so you can ignore the last 25 then. So this is 1d6 plus 4 plus the spell's level in piercing. So does this person have piercing? That would indicate it's all piercing damage, wouldn't it?
I believe, yeah.
Is this person resistant to piercing damage? Just a question.
No. No, they
Okay,
aren't.
so
So it's 1d6 plus 9 piercing damage. Twice. And then 2d6 on the breath weapon.
can I just roll 4d6 then? 4d6 plus 9.
Plus 18?
Oh, plus 18.
Yeah.
$25 damage.
25 damage.
Look at those rolls. A 1, a 1, a 2, and a 3.
It's pretty good, man. It's almost like
It's
the
consistent.
it's almost like that thing I rolled the other day, that
Yeah.
10d8 or whatever, and I got 9 2s.
Okay, so 25 damage, and he's going to stay where he is.
Oh yeah, okay, so what's the deal? I need to know this. What's the deal time-wise with you guys? Are you an hour ahead or behind than you normally are?
Yes.
We are 1 hour behind, so we started an
Yeah.
hour earlier on our end.
You started
Yeah.
an hour earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, good to know. So I'm not keeping you late. Okay.
No,
No,
if
it's okay.
anything, we'd be finishing early, unless you want to go to the normal time.
Okay.
And neither of us have a bedtime.
Well,
Speak for yourself.
I was going to
have a
say.
good time.
That's it for Grumble.
Yep.
At the end of your turn, tail attack is trying to hit Buttercup. Oh wow, that really
Yeah,
hit.
it's
10. That's the half. And
Right.
then tail attack from Mose onto your Draconic Spirit. Witkowski, I'm assuming that hits.
Yes. What's his modifier actually?
Plus 17, so 29.
Yes, it definitely hits.
Yeah. So 19 points of bludgeoning damage to the Draconic Spirit. Buttercup.
right. I push my sword under a scale and I push and wiggle the sword, not me.
Okay. Attack roll.
That's a 24.
Okay, you get it under there.
I shall go for all three attacks then. 21. I shall luck that. and a 23.
2 of them will hit.
I'm so used to having flanking. Right.
Well,
2 of
Timber's
those
not
hit.
here.
Yeah. Otherwise, she'd be on top of this dragon with me, probably. Right. I shall use my psychic thing as well to get some extra d8s in there. Oops. So 2 hits. That's 72 and... Oops. No, too far. Stop. Oh, I had the same roll, same luck as you on that one, almost. So that's 84.
I mean, it hurt. You hurt him.
What? And this will probably be my turns for a little while then, pushing and wiggling.
Okay.
Then hanging on. But I'm hoping now that I've actually got some... It's now stuck in there, that I've got something to hang on to.
Mm-hmm.
Like a piton or a sword in the back of the skull. That maybe give me a little bit of bonus on my my athletics.
I imagine these two fighting the dragons, and it cuts to a beach with Henry just like chilling in the sun. Oh man, I wonder why they didn't want mojitos with me. Is that your turn?
Yeah, she's probably crying at this point.
Okay. At the end of your turn, tail attacks all around. Yeah, that 20 that hit earlier, so it still hit. So Buttercup takes 8 points of damage.
Yeah.
And then that'll hit your Draconic Spirit. So Draconic Spirit will take 22 points bludgeoning. And then it is Vazio who's going to roll for breath weapon. Well, that's cocked. That's not it. No breath weapon for Vazio. He's going to try and throw you off again.
Right.
So, for you, it's athletics.
29.
Oh, wow. You hang on. Barely, as he's thrashing and moving around you. Barely hang on as he rolled a 28.
Ooh.
But you're on. You're still there.
Yeah.
That is going to be his turn. At the end of his turn, tail attack to the Draconic Spirit from Molzarinth. Definitely hit. Molzarinth is going to deal 14 more damage to your Draconic Spirit, Crow. He's just
Okay.
beating it like a drum. He's going to roll for his breath weapon. Draconic Spirit. The lowest one is a 23.
Say that again?
The lowest one is a 23.
The lowest what?
To hit.
Oh, yes, it definitely hits. 19 is its AC.
So he could miss. Unlikely, but he could. 24 piercing damage. 15 fire damage.
Nope, it's dead.
Okay. Well, if it's dead off of that, then he's going to use his other 2 attacks to try and hit Buttercup. With much more difficulty. Misses, I think.
If that doesn't add up to 25, then yes.
It does, but
Yeah.
It does, but I'm giving you some cover because of the moving around.
Oh, yeah. And back of the head
So
thing.
they both miss. He tries to claw you and tail you, but Vazio's moving around too much for him to get a shot on you.
I'm going to whisper in his ear. Did you see that? Moser just tried to bite you. I'd get him first.
He just... Both of their eyes are just, like, glazed over. They're not, like... here, quote unquote. Grumble. I know. Ogres turn this into Shadow of the Colossus.
Okay, Buttercup, what's your health looking like?
On a scale of 1 to 348, 267.
So you're fine for the minute.
I am toasty warm.
Toasty.
So I will reappear my 10 feet away.
Yeah, I can take some more hits, so if you want to, that's fine.
Okay, so the question is do I want to use it or do I want to do something else?
That doesn't mean you've tried and lightning bolt both of them, by the way. That's
Well, lightning wouldn't work on one of them.
yeah, it would work on out of the 3. It'd work on 2.
Oh, actually, doesn't it? You know, for Rotharium's Psychic Lance, it says here the target must succeed on an intelligence saving throw or take 10d6 psychic damage and be incapacitated until the start of the next turn. It doesn't say what happens if it fails, if it takes 0 damage at all.
If it doesn't say or, like if it doesn't say or this happens,
Yeah.
then nothing happens. It just fails.
Okay. Knocked prone.
Welcome back to reading the game.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
It's okay. very
Okay,
soon.
I'm gonna do a synaptic static.
Okay.
The closer one.
That Molzerant.
Moserant, yeah, sorry.
They're fake names. I wanted to make sure.
Okay. Can I have an intelligence saving throw, please?
Yes, you can. Bam. He failed. However, he will just automatically succeed.
Okay, so he still takes half damage for this. So 8d6. 27. And since I rolled maximum on that, I'm going to add another d6 to that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 28.
Okay.
That kind of sucks.
You deal
Okay.
14 damage.
Oh, it's resistant to psychic.
It's saved.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I forgot it saved, yes. Okay, gonna quicken a spell and use Chill Touch, but not at disadvantage this time.
Sound you're hearing, ladies and gentlemen, is Ogre opening his player's handbook to the Wild Magic page. Anticipation.
38 hits.
No! Miss.
He chooses it, it doesn't.
16 additional damage.
Today's Halloween, that means odd numbers miss. You rolled a 19.
No wild magic.
Damn it.
It's stuck on 4.
I'm not going to
I'm going to use my bend luck to add a 1d4 to that.
Okay.
Which will make that 11 minimum, which means I blink out of existence.
Okay. Well, actually, hold on. Let me make sure that's right. Bend Luke. When another creature you can see makes an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw. Okay. Wait. Can you not use this on yourself?
Oh, shit. Can I not use this on myself?
Hold on. That never even crossed my mind.
When another creature...
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
God damn it. Okay, right. I'm going to use a regular luck to try and get myself out of trouble.
Huh. You cannot use this on yourself. I didn't even... Literally, we've checked this before, and I've never once thought about it like that. Interesting.
I've never actually used it on myself.
I think you have, though. I think you have a couple of times.
I've used it on like other people. I've used it on Himri a bunch.
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting.
I know you've used it on me. Because
Interesting.
you used it on me for some wisdom saves.
Regardless, you go nowhere unless you would like to luck again.
I think I have to because I didn't heal myself.
You go nowhere.
I go no, I'm not using my final one.
Okay.
This is gonna suck.
Is that it?
That's it. Well, actually, no. I'm run away. I've got
I run
movement.
away.
You've used your bonus action. Have you?
Yep,
Yes.
use my bonus action.
He can move. That's it.
I can move. I moved my 30 feet away. Don't know if it's going to do anything. Probably not.
Okay. That's your turn.
Yes, bring on the pain.
At the end of your turn, Molzarinth is going to attempt to smack Buttercup with a tail. As is Vaz. They're both going to try and hit Buttercup with tails. Missed. Hit.
Ooh.
10 points of damage.
Okay.
And your turn.
Right. Crow, if you can't hear, or Grumble, if you can't hear, I've got healing hands.
So do I.
I shall proceed
forgot he
to
had
wiggle
legs.
this blade. I shall be wiggling this blade that I've got stuck in the back of his skull. 24, 31, 27.
Yeah.
Yay! And if anyone's got a book they'd like to read whilst I do math, that is probably a good idea.
Crow, this is a great time for you to read spells.
Yes, I am reading spells right now.
$123.
I mean, he's bloodied.
And 12, so 135.
I mean, he's still bloodied.
That's not dead, so that doesn't help me at all. And I'm hanging on, so I won't drink a potion. I think drinking a potion could be bad.
I mean,
So I
you could drink
think
a potion.
that is probably my turn.
I mean, I think you could drink a potion. I think you're fine.
Oh, in that case, I shall drink a potion. But which one?
Any of your 87 normal ones?
Yeah. Right. I shall. I shall drink a greater potion.
All of them.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because I couldn't be bothered to pick that. So that's 6, 7, 8. 12. Well, that's better than a kick in the teeth.
Is that it?
Yes, I've kind of done what I needed to do.
Okay. At the end of your turn, they're both going to try and tail attack you again.
But they're pretty much just playing a big game of slapsies around each other's face, around Vase's face at this moment.
Yeah. You will take 37 down to 18 points of damage.
Glad I took that potion.
And now it is Vazio. He's going to roll for his breath weapon. And he still doesn't get it back. I mean, he's just going to try and shake you off again.
38.
You are on there. You're on that dragon. That's his turn. At the end of his turn, Moses is going to try and tail attack you. Hit 10 points of more damage. And then on Mosrin's turn, he's going to roll to see if he gets his breath weapon back. I'm going to use a different d6 than that one I've been using. Oh, cool. Mosrinth is going to look over to Grumble.
Oh dear.
And just...
Grum's gonna wave shyly.
And just... breath weapon you.
Okay. This is gonna hurt.
Dexterity.
Oh, you got a dex save to do. One sec. Nope. 15.
Not gonna do it. You will take 101 fire down to, because you're resistant to fire, 50 fire.
Okay. Okay.
And he will move.
Okay.
And that's his turn. At the end of his turn, Vazio's going to try and tail attack Buttercup. Let's continue this pin the tail on the donkey nonsense. Hit.
Okay, for 9.
Not sure yet.
Oh.
Yes, 9 points of damage. Oh,
Wow.
are you
Called it.
psychic?
I wish I was.
Are you psycho? Grumble, it's your turn.
Okay, so Grumble's going to use mass heal. And I believe that brings both of us back up to max HP again because it's 700.
This is out of the crook.
Yes.
So yes, you will both just be maximum health again.
Gonna do a chill touch, but I'm gonna try and aim it at the one Buttercup's attacking.
Okay. Vazia.
$34.
Mm-hmm.
$18, and that's it. Oh, see if I blink. I do not.
Okay, you do not blink. At the end of your turn, shockingly, tail attacks all around. Hit, and then hit. So Buttercup takes 9 more points of damage, and Grumble, you take 23 points of damage. And then it is Buttercup's turn.
Right. I'm going to yell at Grumble to bring him bring Marzi Mosen the Gun, whatever his name is, over to me, and I'm going to lean and wiggle. 24, 28, 36.
Mm-hmm.
And that
is an amount of damage that you are figuring out.
It is a definite amount of damage that I am trying desperately to do, whilst at the same time not to do, to my one true love. That is 136 points of wiggly brain damage.
Winded.
Winded, yes. I can honestly say this is hurting me much more than it's hurting him.
Well, that's true.
But I'm going to have PTSD after this.
Mosen Nagant, are the dragons actually just a rifle? What a plot twist. Okay. And that's it, I believe, yes?
I might try and drink a potion.
Okay.
Because I hurt. 3.
Didn't I just restore you to full health?
No, 7. Not even close. 10.
Oh no,
yes,
you definitely got returned to full health.
Oh, did I?
Mass heal is multiple targets, 700 HP, and I only needed 140 or 160 of it.
25.
Yeah, he mass healed you to full, and then you took 18 points of damage after that. So you should just be down 18 health.
Yeah. Oh. With the sound of Mario drinking a potion, that was good. Right, and I'm yelling at Crow to bring him over here.
Okay, you yell at the nearby bird that is non-existent.
I also mentioned Grumble in the same conversation.
Tail attacks all around. Oh. Well, you're not going to love that, Crow.
Nope. Pretty sure I'm not.
8 points of damage to Buttercup. And then 26 points of damage to Grumble.
I just suddenly thought about things. Oh, no.
No. 22
Right, no.
points of damage to Grumble. Vazia. Breath weapon. Nope. And Shimmy Shake. Try to get you off.
34.
You remain attached.
I was just about to luck that.
That's his turn.
Glad I didn't.
Tail attack against Grumble.
In the light of fairness, is Varzio not using his legendary actions to tail attack me on the end of his rounds?
He can't legendary action at the end of his turn. He has to do it at the end of someone else's turn.
Oh, okay.
So, he cannot. 16 points of damage to Grumble. And now it's Moses' turn. He rolls for breath.
How far away are these two now?
45 feet.
All right.
Grumble. He's just gonna breath weapon you again.
Okay.
Dex save. Oops.
$23, but I'm sure that's still not enough.
Oh my gosh, you can't make the save. Oh, that's so unfortunate for you. Well. Okay then. I will not ask in the future. 89 down to 44 points of fire. Huh. Can't make it. Okay. At the end of Molzrit's turn, Vazio will try and tail attack Buttercup. He doesn't. He, in fact, falls prone. Grumble, it is your turn.
Okay. So, bonus action first. I'm going to chill touch Vazio.
Okay. You have disadvantage now because he's prone.
Shit. $26.
No. Yeah.
10. Can't add anything to it.
10. How do you want to kill Vazio?
Oh shit! Can I knock him out with the chill touch instead of killing him?
Specify non-lethal before you cast it.
Why is it every time I beat these fuckers up and someone comes along and farts on them and kills them? I never get to kill anything.
Okay, well, it's necrotic damage, so he's just gonna shrivel up.
He just...
Yeah, just the ward, he just vapor starts releasing from his body, he shrivels up.
Vazio dies as he falls down. Buttercup. Anything else?
Well, that's upsetting.
Yes. For my action, this is going to be crazy. I'm going to Wall of Force myself.
You're going to Wall of Force yourself?
I'm going to Wall of Force myself, making a semicircle, cutting me off from the dragon next to me.
Okay.
So that's going to push me 5 feet back. because the wall would intercept.
Interesting.
I'm now in a, is it 20 foot or is it
You're
30?
in a safe bubble.
Into a hemisphere or dome sphere, raised up to 10 feet. So I'm in a 20 foot, basically, a 20 foot dome of safety.
You make a safety bubble.
And let's see if I blink out of existence now. I don't need it anymore.
And wild magic.
And wild magic. Sorry, let's do the wild magic first.
And hope that you don't make him invisible.
Wild magic goes off.
Ah! I know which one I want that we haven't gotten the entire freaking campaign.
Let us roll 1D. It's D100s, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh yeah, you get to choose now. You get to roll twice now. God
So a 16 and a 62.
dang it! For the next minute, you regain 5 hit points at the start of your turn. Or, for the next minute, you can only shout when you speak.
I will take the 5 hit points.
Okay. So at the start of your turn, for the next minute, you will heal 5 points. Turn into a potted plant already.
Hasn't he been a potted plant?
I don't think so.
And I do not blink him out of existence.
God dang it, I want potted plants so badly.
I think we all do. If
I've been a sheep, haven't I? Something
You
like
have
that?
been a sheep. But the great part about the potted plant is that you're incapacitated and you're vulnerable to all damage. So if you turn into a potted plant, oh boy. It could be bad. Although I don't know if that would transfer. Actually, I don't think it would transfer. So it'd still be bad, but like, I think you're fine in the long run.
No, I think like the potted plant is like a HP of 1 or something.
Yeah, so it would immediately, you just revert back and take the damage. But you still be a pot. I still want it. It's the principle of the matter.
Here's the thing, unless the enemy is smart, in which case they would leave me as a potted plant while they wipe out everyone else.
I mean, listen, you guys fought several enemies where I was like, if this happens, they're just gonna let it be. Like when you fought the Durans, they weren't gonna change you back, hit you. That's your turn.
That would be crazy, you know. Grumble gets turned into a potted plant, and one of the Durans just puts him on a shelf and waters him now and again, making sure it lives a very long time.
I think it only lasts a round.
Oh, you cut out there. Is that just me, or did you cut out?
It only lasts to your next turn.
Oh, okay.
So you're just a plant for a turn. It's really not that detrimental. I just want it.
That's actually a good question, you know. If I turn to a potted plant and have a HP of 1 and my HP is reduced below -1, wouldn't that damage carry over?
The damage would carry over to you, yes. The damage, yes. But you wouldn't be vulnerable to it or anything crazy.
Okay.
Right, I'm just going to quit in because you're cutting out badly for me, so 1 second.
Okay. Am I cutting out for you, Crow?
No, not really. You go quiet towards the end of your sentences, but that's just because you're one of those weird human beings that have speech patterns.
Why? Okay, I'm not weird just because I go quiet at the end of my sentence.
Oh, no, that hasn't done anything. That seems to have made it worse.
Well, give it a second.
No. Yeah.
Is it me, or is it someone else?
Well, let Discord figure itself out. And see if
okay.
you are better.
I'm in a safety bubble.
Buttercup, it is your turn as Vazio has just
Right.
died.
We're 45 feet away, aren't we?
I mean, you're hasted.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well. Guess what I'm going to do as I run over to him? I'm going climbing again. So that's... Oh, that is only a 29.
Oh, my gosh. Why is this so different? 29. You begin to climb on him, and he just throws you off of him.
Okay. How far?
Just right back down to the bottom.
Oh, okay then. Then I shall just hit him. Oh, a natural 20.
Well, that will hit. Actually, it doesn't hit because it's Halloween.
20, 25, and 33. I'm going to inspiration dice that. That's 7 to. Oh, maybe I'll luck that. 33.
Well, it hit. You don't have to waste any of that. You'd hit.
Oh, would I?
It 25. You hit anything with a 25. Yeah.
Oh, of course, yes. Right. Oh no. Right. Okay, I'm going to do the two other attacks before the two normal attacks before I try and even get my head around.
Yep.
Because I never get it right. Right, that's a 79.
Okay.
And what dice do I double up? It's just the...
So, with the crit roll...
Yeah.
Hi, Sam, by the way.
It's the dice.
You just double the dice that you roll. You don't double the modifier, whatever, just the dice number.
Right.
So your 5d8 that you roll for the crit, you will double that 5d8.
So that's 10d8 plus an extra 2d8 for being orky and...
And those don't get doubled, but you do add them, yes.
Yes. So that's 12d8 plus an 18. And if I do the 4d6 on that, that gets doubled, doesn't it?
That gets doubled as well.
Right. Okay, so this one is 61, which is somehow less than my normal other one, but I'll still take it. So
I mean, the other one was 2 attacks.
Yeah.
You're going to get food and stuff, possibly won't be back. Shug, you have a wonderful rest of your day if we don't see you again, man. So you're going to do minus 18, 43, which is doubled up to 86, plus 18. So you do 104 damage from the crit.
Yeah. And then on top of that, I've got an extra 30.
Oh, I see what happened. Okay, yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 160, 61, 140, 170.
You hit him. It hurt.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he didn't go down, and now he's angry with me, and he's either going to kick the great big force football that's in front of him or hit me.
That it?
Right, braced.
He's going to tail attack you at the end of his turn, end of your turn.
Right.
Hit.
Yeah.
Uh, 18 down to 9 damage.
Okie dokie, yes. Righty ho.
Roll for breath. Nope. He will just bite, claw, tail you.
Okay.
Or at least attempt to do that. Yep. Nope. Yep. So you're going to take that damage plus this damage plus this damage, making it a total of 56 down to 28 damage.
Okay, that sucked.
And that's his turn. Bubble Boy.
Right.
So, I have a question.
Uh-huh.
How do spells work?
What? You are Level 19! What are you talking about?
Okay, so this is a rather interesting thing. So nothing can pass through the barrier,
Yes!
but there are certain spells that don't require casting from me. Things so, for example, the Summon Draconic Spirit spell, something just appears from within my sight range.
Yes.
So, question is can I still cast that and have it not appear inside the barrier?
We have a time here. We have a time here.
I mean, my question remains because, like,
I'm checking.
I mean, for example, meteors appear in the sky, but does the casting require some kind of, I don't know? Because lightning bolt is easy. Lightning bolt comes from me, goes through to you.
Darkness imprisoning me. Welcome back, Zach.
Oh.
Okay. Okay. I'm figuring it out. Okay, cool. That's okay. Several people are saying the same thing. That makes me feel good about myself. No, you cannot cast out of the thing.
Oh shit. Okay. Okay. All right. Fair enough.
They all originate from you, whether or not they literally physically come from you or not. But they all start from you, so the magic cannot leave the bubble.
Okay, so let me have another quick read of this, because I think I might have just fucked myself.
I'm still reading more about this, but there's a lot of mostly everybody is like, no, you can't cast out of it.
Okay, so
Back in a sec.
Yep.
another question for you.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to depend on your definition of a hemispherical dome, and if that covers the floor.
What? Continue.
Because if the dome does not cover the floor, in theory, I could summon Earth Elemental Spirit and have it just go through the floor. But I'm pretty sure the way the spell is meant to work is that it would be like it's completely surrounded. But
Well, you can form it into a dome or a sphere. So.
Okay, so I did say dome, so in theory...
There's nothing under you.
Okay.
What's going on? Crow's a wonderful man.
I'm just breaking D&D.
Crow's a wonderful man.
Okay, so I'm going to summon Elemental Spirit and summon an Earth Elemental.
Okay.
I'm gonna say, go kick that dragon's ass.
It will. You get a bullet. You get a bullet as your elemental spirit.
So 11 plus level of spell, so That's
Summon elemental, you doing?
no, summon elemental spirit. Oh, hang on a minute.
Yeah.
Oh, takes your initiative, where it turns its turn immediately after yours based verbal commands. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so I'll do it. I'll do it at the 4th level. Okay, and it's got a movement of 40 feet, burrow 40. Okay, that's fine. Earth only. So yes, it can burrow through the earth. Okay, good. Right. So, where was I?
Crow's a
It's gonna
wonderful
flank.
man, he says, as he loads up a shotgun. I don't even have a shotgun. You flank.
Yes, and I'm going to multi-attack it.
Once through a pick, I'm not. This is my not surprised face. But you wish you did. No, I do not wish I owned a shotgun. There are many things I wish. Owning a shotgun is not one of them.
Uh, 24 hits.
Yes. Yes, it does.
I'm just calculating damage. 1 second. 1d10 plus 4 plus a spell's level. Bludgeoning. Okay. So 1d10 plus 7.
Zach, what is wrong with you?
Uh, 19 damage.
19 damage. All right, you did it. You killed him.
You're joking, right?
Yes, I am definitely.
Okay.
Rage for real, aren't you?
And I will drink myself a potion of greater healing.
Okay. Some of your coworkers dressed up for Halloween. Nice.
Please remind me, how much is greater healing again?
4d4 plus 4.
Yes.
I knew that one.
16.
Is that a Mose? Yes, that is Molzarinth, yes. This is dead.
Okay, and time to roll for wild magic.
You. Pop, plop, pop, plop, pop, plop.
6, it does go off.
Pop, plop, pop,
That
plop.
one's so bad, but it won't happen now because it gets to pick.
You could roll the same number.
Good.
A 1 and a 93.
A 1! Roll on the table at the start of each of your turns for the next minute.
Oh, please, Crow, pick that one.
Or your size increases by 1 size category for the next minute.
Oh, I'll use number 1. Why not? Let's have some fun.
Well, you've got to, because if your size increases by 1 and you're in a dome,
It's a 20 foot. It's 20 foot.
they're still going to smack your head on the top.
No, because...
Oh, and I get an extra 5 because of the previous wild magic thing.
Yeah, you heal.
There you
5.
get extra 5 hit points, yes.
Yeah, you heal.
Yeah, there we are.
Why are the dragons standing here? Why can't they just fly and bugger off? It's a good question. Not the dead one, but you get the point. Are they still in the Shadow Realm thanks to Pegasus? Yes, they did lose their Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel, and they're still stuck in the Shadow Realm. Is that it?
That is it. Action, bonus action, and movement gets me nowhere except inside of a 20-foot radius bubble.
Run around.
Bubble Boy. Okay. Molzrinth's gonna tail attack the Earth Elemental.
No.
He's prone. He misses.
Oh.
Buttercup, your turn.
Oh, I run up him, and I shall run up his back to his head, because that worked so well last time.
Athletics.
Oh, well, that's the same number, so that is 38. Or 38.
What's your modifier?
21.
So that's not 38.
That's 32, which is like 38 in a kind of pre-decimal kind of way.
Yeah, and he still shakes you off.
Right, okay, I shall hit him. 37, 25.
You do have he's prone, so you have these at advantage.
Oh, thank God. So that is a...
So 37 on the first one, 25 on the second one.
And 32 on the third.
One more time. See if you crit. You do not, but all three hit.
Yeah.
Titans win. Cool. I've not. I just don't pay attention to football anymore.
Ooh, 124. And 5. 129. I was expecting more.
He's bloodied.
Oh. Do you give up? Come on, surrender.
Give up.
Can I can I use a dash action now to climb up him, run up him, as he's prone?
No, because you attacked. You would have to have used your action to dash.
Ah, okay. Then I think I shall. I shall also take a greater potion.
Okay.
That's a 1, 3, 7, 9, and 4 is 13. Mean good math.
Oh, is basketball going? Irrelevant, personally, right now. I'm fine, I'm sure.
Right, here we go. Next.
He's gonna use 2 of his actions to get back up. Wing attack himself upright. So I will need dex saves from you and the elemental.
I can think we can say the elemental's not going to make it. Yeah, its modifier is +2, so I don't think it can make it, can it?
No.
25.
Ah, that's his DC.
Oh.
So you are not prone and you take no damage. However, the elemental is prone if it can go prone and takes damage.
And I shall hit him with my sentinel because he's attacked someone who's not me. I shall use my last luck on that because I don't want to go prone for a 25.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't say it can't go prone, so I'm assuming it can.
It goes prone, yeah. And it takes it takes 16 damage. Waiting on your damage, Ogre.
Yeah, 41.
Okay. Why wouldn't Sentinel work?
Why wouldn't it?
I don't know. That's what Zach said. It's his turn, right? So he's gonna roll for breath. Other than you within 5 feet of you?
We've gone past 10 turns now, haven't we?
No, I don't think so.
No, we have not. Yeah. No. Not quite. We're close, but not quite.
Okay.
Are you counting something?
Yeah, Blink wears off after a minute. I didn't extend the spell, so it's 60 seconds, so 10 rounds, yeah?
Correct.
The creatures, when a creature within 5 feet of you makes an attack against a target other than you,
Yeah.
the target can be anything. He's just got to make an attack.
Yeah.
He is definitely within 5 feet of me because I'm hanging onto his leg.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I think it went off.
The target creature doesn't have to. The creature he's attacking doesn't have to be within 5 feet. There's no distance on that.
Oh man, that's okay. I'm still gonna say it goes off, but I'll look into that. I think I'm gonna say it goes off for now. Anyway, dragon gonna move. Dragon gonna step around here, not leaving Buttercup's melee range.
Doesn't that mean the elemental gets an attack of opportunity?
At disadvantage
Well,
because he's prone.
Okay, let's hope.
There's always hope.
Yeah, so it gets one off.
Mm-hmm. Waiting on the damage.
8.
You're good.
8 damage.
All right, you hit him for 8 damage. And then he's gonna breath weapon Buttercup and the elemental. So the elemental can't make the save, as we've established.
Yes, it
And
cannot
it's
make the save.
Dex save for you. Okay.
We've established
one
that
sec.
Grumble cannot make that save.
Yes.
I really need to read these powers.
It's okay. I've accepted a long time ago that we just play D&D wrong, and that's fine.
It's true. It seems I played it wrong for years.
I play it wrong every day because apparently I've been using that pen look on myself, and I shouldn't be doing that.
Explain to us again how spells work.
That was a legitimate question, and Parbs, you must attest to that.
I don't attest to anything. You can't make me, Dad.
Right. Okay, I need to make a dex save. I got 30.
Okay. Well, the elemental's going to take 87 fire damage.
And Mozarant's take a wisdom save.
And then you are going to take 21 points of fire damage.
I have Shield Master.
Oh, so do you use your reaction?
Yeah.
Unsurprisingly, the elemental dies, but leave it on there because the only thing I can do is summon it again anyway.
Oh no, I can't. I've just used my reaction.
I was actually about to say that.
No, I've just used that.
So 21 fire damage.
Yeah. And can he take... I just want to check to see... I might not be able to do this as I've just used my reaction. 1 second.
Wait, what do you need to make the save?
24.
And what did he get?
Ogre?
Yeah.
What's it?
30.
Oh, that's fine then.
He's just checking something.
Yeah, I'm just checking something that.
What are you trying to check?
No, it's my channeled ability, and it needs a reaction as well. So everything needs a reaction. So
Got it.
ignore everything I just said, and I shall take. How much was it? 20?
Just 21.
21 fire damage.
Excuse me.
Ouch.
Gramble.
Okay, so as we have established, I'm going to summon the elemental again. There we are. Elemental, go, attack, do things.
Can the elemental move?
That is its 40 feet of movement.
Oh, okay.
Can the elemental move? Dad,
I
can
was
the
probably
elemental
looking for
come out to
something.
play?
Okay, so both hit. So, 17 damage.
Winded.
Oh, wild magic.
Oh yeah, you're just rolling that now.
I forgot that. Let me add my 5 health on before I roll that.
Yeah, you're supposed to do this at the start of your turn.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. How dare you not get it exactly correct?
What we really want you to roll a 7 and an 8.
Oh my god.
So a 90 and a 27.
For the next minute, all your spells with a casting time of 1 action have a casting time of 1 bonus action, or
Ooh,
that's actually very helpful.
you turn invisible.
Or you could turn invisible. Creatures can't hear you as well.
For the next minute, is that all? Just the next action? My next spell?
You become invisible for the next minute. And then the other
No.
one is for the next minute, all of your spells that have 1 action become bonus action spells.
That's bloody good.
It is.
I'll take that one.
It's
Yeah.
really, it's free quicken spell for a minute is what it is.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah. Except, hang on, that doesn't work in your game though, does it? Because cantrips don't count as spells, but anything spell level 1 or above do, don't they?
I mean, cantrips don't count as spells, period. So you can cast any spell basically as a bonus action for a minute, and then any cantrip as normal.
Yeah, but what do I do with my action then? Because I can't exactly cast a second spell.
Well, use a cantrip.
Oh, actually, that's a good point, because cantrips are mostly actions anyway, aren't
Yeah.
they? That's a very... Yes, thank you. Shit, I'm in a bubble. I can't do that anyway.
I know.
Fuck it. Who cares?
You've put yourself in a bubble.
I can use an action to end that, actually, but I'm going to choose not to because I don't want to die.
You could make yourself not bubble. Here you go. Have a bubble. That's your turn.
That is my turn, and that is Elemental's turn as well. Oh, hang on. Do I blink out of existence? I also blink out of existence.
My favorite part about this, this is my favorite part about what's happening. The bubble extends into the ethereal plane. So
I'm still in the bubble.
you still are in the bubble. You still can't go anywhere, and you're still in the bubble. Nothing has changed. You're just on the ethereal plane in the bubble.
I might not have thought this through when I made the bubble.
You're still stuck in the bubble. Mozarin is gonna attack Buttercup. Tail attack. Misses. Buttercup, your turn.
Righty ho, I shall use my move to run up him or climb up it. That's a 30. No, 20, 40.
Okay, he didn't do it that time. You start climbing.
Yeah. When I reach my movement, I shall, unless I can get to his head first round, I shall stab and start stabbing. Will I be getting flanking even though I'm halfway up him, or however far up I got?
No, I'd be more inclined to give you disadvantage for attacking while climbing, personally.
Oh, okay. Well, then I shall not push that issue. I shall not push that issue and take the 29, the 26, and the 31.
Okay.
And I shall. I'm also going to channel divinity, not channel divinity, whatever the one is that gives me an extra 2d6 damage, 2d8 damage, for burning a spell into a damage dice. So that is. That's 128.
I saw that movement, Crow.
Well, you put the bubble in the wrong place. What's a guy supposed to do?
$136.
Hey, Ogre.
No, not at last.
How do you kill him?
Oh, with love. I just stick the sword up underneath the back of his cranium and just shove the sword and my arm with all my strength till the blade comes out the front of his skull. And then I surf down the back, and Legolas style.
I mean, it still only counts as one, but okay.
And then I do a little dance until I realise what I've done, and then she falls to her knees, yelling no.
Okay.
So this is going to be an important question. Is this canon now?
I don't know.
Because if this is a canon session, then...
I will have PTSD.
Congratulations, guys. You've killed Vazio and Molzareth.
It's a bittersweet victory.
Bubble Boy, do you unbubble?
Yes, I will use my action to drop the ball of force. Find yourselves in the darkness again with dead dragons that sort of just are very, very, very quickly decaying. Can I try to staff one of them to see if I can prevent them from decaying?
Go for it.
What would I even do?
I don't know. What would you do?
I'll stick the staff on one of them and concentrate.
Okay, you touch them with the staff. And boy, it doesn't seem to do anything.
Say that again?
It doesn't seem to do anything.
I would like to cast Spare the Dying,
Okay.
but I can't because I don't have it.
Okay.
I'd like to, but I can't.
I believe I can do a minimal heal on one of them. See if anything happens. 1 second. So Forget that. I'll use my regular Arsmar abilities.
Okay. And?
I'm the Healing Hands, Mozarinth, because he's the most recent one.
Okay, you Healing Hands, Mozarinth.
For 1 HP.
Yep, he certainly doesn't take it.
Shit!
I mean, they are decaying unbelievably fast.
Kind of like Shadowfather fast.
Well, there was a time and a place and a point where you guys did at one point fight a silver dragon that came and attacked you, and after you killed it, it decayed pretty freaking quickly.
We fought those 3 dragons. They decayed very quickly as well.
Correct.
In the Moses, yeah.
Can I try to greater restoration it?
Sure.
I will try to do that with the staff.
You try and
Say,
greater restoration it, and nothing happens.
Where are they sort of like decaying from the top down, from the middle out, from what? The foot up?
The scales decay down to ash, the muscle, all that stuff just decays downward. And I mean, after
I lop off a claw off Mozaran.
Lop off what?
A claw off Mozaran.
Okay, you cut his hand off.
Yeah.
I mean, it still decays.
It does, right. I just wondered.
There's an idea. Not a bad one.
Yes. I was trying to think how they save dragon scales, but they must be using Spare the Dying on them.
question. Can't return them to stone. That results to a good question. Give me a minute. I took like something that turns people into stone. Ah, there we are. Flesh to stone. So can I try and flesh to stone one of the dragons? I'm assuming it's going to fail the Constitution saving throws because it's not alive.
Well, hold on. It's one of those things. There's just so many spells.
I know, right?
Okay.
And how do they all work?
You attempt to turn one creature into yes. So the problem here is that it's dead. So technically, it's no longer a creature.
So it would not work.
No, because technically, for some reason, in D&D, corpses are objects.
Can I not waste my spell slot then?
I mean, it literally wouldn't go off. There's no creature to target.
Okay, fair enough.
Is your wild magic still kicking off?
Yes.
Oh, can I use this? Can I try and... Sorry. Can I try and use the staff to turn it into one of the corpses into a sheep?
You certainly can. It doesn't work.
Gil, any ideas quickly?
Before I'm a potted plant.
No answer.
$52 and an 84.
Oh no. Oh, we're doing this for another 8 freaking rounds. A spectral shield hovers near you for a minute, granting you a +2 bonus to AC and immunity to magic missile. Or each creature within 30 feet of you takes 1d10 necrotic damage, and you heal the sum of the damage dealt.
I'll take the shield.
Grumble at this point is got so many things burning on clocks.
Yeah, I'll take my 5 hit points.
Yeah.
Let's have another go.
If we take the necrotic damage, though, you get that damage back as hit points.
Yes.
28 and a 73.
For the next minute, your spells have a casting time of bonus action instead of an action. Or a random creature within 60 feet of you becomes poisoned for 1d4 hours, and there's only one creature.
Okay. I will not poison Buttercup because she's the only creature within range.
So
Isn't the earth elemental there as well?
I don't think it counts as a creature technically. I guess you could poison the earth elemental if you really wanted to do that.
No, I don't want to do that.
Okay.
67 and a 30.
You teleport up to 60 feet to an unoccupied space of your choice. Or you are frightened by the nearest creature until the end of your next turn.
I'm frightened by what?
The nearest creature.
Who's nearest to me, the elemental or Buttercup?
That's up to you, man.
I'll do the teleportation one.
Okay, you just randomly teleport 60 feet.
Yep.
You did this to yourself and us. Up to 3 creatures you choose take 4d10 lightning damage. Or, if you die in the next minute, you immediately come back to life as if by the reincarnate spell.
I would take that one just in case.
I will take that one.
Each creature within 30 feet of you takes necrotic damage and you heal, or...
Yeah,
So
necrotic.
say that again, because you're cutting out.
You... I'll leave. How about that?
Or you would get...
Discord. What is happening? Hello?
How many got to go? It was 8. It's now what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 more to go.
Did you take back your lowest spell slot?
Yeah.
Yes, I did. 31 and a 12.
Roll a d10. Your height changes by a number of inches equal to the roll. If it's odd, you shrink. If it's even, you grow. Or...
Transported to the astral plane.
Oh, no. Yeah, you get transported to the astral plane.
I'm gonna do the height thing, because that other one sounds really dangerous.
It does at the moment.
Wait, actually, hang on. This is non-canon, right?
I didn't say that. You guys keep saying that.
Is this canon? I need an answer.
I guess you don't know yet. You'll find out.
Shit. Fine, I will take the height. Give me 1 second, let me add my 5 HP. Where am I rolling?
D10.
Eight.
All right, you grow 8 inches.
Hang on, so 8, 9, 10, 11. So I'm 7'11" now.
Gross.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, it's disgusting. He's a gas station.
A 5 and a 4.
Those are D10s.
Shit. $96 and a 23.
Your skin turns a vibrant shade of blue. Or
All
You-
creatures be... Oh, go on.
you and all creatures within 30 feet of you gain vulnerability to piercing damage for the next minute.
We're all vulnerable to piercing.
That's a first.
73 and 45.
You cast Levitate on yourself, or a random creature within 60 feet of you becomes poisoned.
I am levitating. That's it, I believe, isn't it? That's 8.
Yes. Oh my gosh, that's so. There's so many things happening to Grumble right now.
Be a sorcerer, they said. It'll be easy, they said.
And you're still 60 foot away from us.
I know, and you still teleported away from everybody.
And that bullet is still going to be there for the next hour.
So yes, all of that happens. He is jizzing wild magic everywhere.
Ooh.
On the positive side, I'm up to 190 HP.
Wait, what? Oh, you're healing up. Yeah. But yeah, you guys stand here in the darkness.
I'm going to give the Earth Elemental a little hug.
You did so well. Hug.
It's the rockiest hug of all time.
Since we're here, could you maybe have a look beneath us? See if you see a disc of white light anywhere.
Down to the ground. Guys want to do it?
You down now, Crow?
Say that again?
How many hit points you down?
Oh, I've got plenty. I'm up to 190. I'm only down by 26 or something.
Oh, okay. Well, I am going to cast a spell. Thank you. Right, you ready for this? I shall cast Cure Light Wounds. Have 4 hit points back.
Yay!
Excuse me.
And I feel very proud of myself at that point. Shall we take a short rest? To heal up more?
Sure, why not?
Right, I shall...
It'll give me my sorcery points back.
Yeah. And I shall take a short rest as well and get some hit points back.
Okay. Short rests are had.
31 plus my con modifier. Will do. That'll do it nicely.
That'll do, pig. That'll do.
That was fun. It's not often you get to kill the love of your life.
That is statistically improbable. How many ones can I roll?
Is it 3? Is it answer 3?
It's statistically improbable, but not impossible.
Inconceivable.
Inconceivable.
Okay, so I'm back up. I'm topped back up.
Okay. You guys wait around for an hour.
Does the Earth Elemental not come back?
No, it actually doesn't.
he's probably gone back to his own plane because last time I'm answering that fucking spell, you should have seen what they wanted me to do.
Okay, let's pick a direction and head in it.
Oh, I'll let you pick this time. Just don't cast light again. I shall use my channel. I've got a power that gives me...
There we are. We head 64 degrees, wherever direction that is.
64 degrees? Crow. What is wrong with you?
Many things.
60. All right, you walk off into the darkness. You come to a wall.
Look to see if there's panels on the wall and what they depict.
Yes, there are panels. They depict things. Okay. You see a dude in a gravestone that is, or like in a coffin that is opened, and then over time he like reforms into a human, into an elf.
Oh, is this what's his face?
That's
One of the Durans. What was his name again?
No,
the
it
one.
is not.
The,
it is not Duran.
Oh.
Okay, so let's look left and right and see what we see.
Do you want to go left? I'll go right.
Sure.
Okay. On the right side, you follow the mural here. You see this older elven gentleman, kind of confused about everything, make his way around, and then eventually fights this giant demon-esque thing and gets killed. Looks like the demon like absorbs him, and then there's the black necrotic circle, and on the left side it's that basic same thing, but then he kills the demon and then absorbs the demon, and then the white circle.
What happened on your side? Because my side sucked for the elf.
What happened on my side?
Yours is the same thing, but the elf killed the demon and then absorbed the demon.
Oh.
It's good to see that these walls comply with Rule 34, isn't it?
Demon schmeeman, devils is where it's at.
Is there a white light near me?
Yes, you
Or a
have the
black
white light
one?
on your side.
Did you want to go down the black one? Because it doesn't actually seem to make any difference. It is the end to Mass Effect. It's...
God dang. He is not missing an opportunity to take a shot.
John Maquette wasn't an elf, was he?
No, he was a primordial.
So what would he have looked like, though, is my kind of question, or do I not
I
know?
have no idea.
I've got a couple of books about him. None of them have a depiction?
No, they do not. Nobody drew a picture.
Then there was no. We also saw that mural on the wall that had all of them together.
You're correct. I'm mistaken. You're correct. You would actually have known what he looked like.
But it's not him.
No, it's not him.
Okay. Buttercup, come. There's a cheesecake on that white light. I'm going to just put a cheesecake like half in it without trying to transport myself, if possible.
Well, then I'm going to dive through that.
Buttercup dives in.
I will follow her.
Like her parents aren't home. And
Question, on the other side, what happens to the cheesecake?
it comes with Buttercup.
Okay.
It becomes one.
You see buttercake, cheese cup. She has become a cheese monster.
It's become that she hates.
She starts eating herself. In darkness.
Oh. Not a wall. Oh, no, of course not. We don't hit... Oh, no, we have hit walls before. We got to... Right, which direction do you want to go now?
That way.
Damn.
Okay.
You guys wander off. You find a wall. With nothing on it.
Oh.
Ooh.
I will get out my piton and draw a picture of us two.
Okay. I mean, there's nothing on it at the point you guys are at, obviously, but yeah.
Right.
I'll go left.
Okay.
Buttercup is drawing.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's got the tongue. She's got her tongue hanging out the side of her mouth at this point. Deep concentration.
You get to the very front, the left of the wall, and there's a little picture of a dragonborn baby, like in a cradle, and that's the only picture on this wall.
I will head to the right.
As you get close, you can hear, and maybe there's a tree in your world, happy little tree, and the little clouds, and there's a mountain. It's
We're
your
gonna get
world.
wild. We're gonna put a cabin right here.
You're right here, and over here you can have a little river, and he just clambering through here, and over there. And when you get there, all she's done is like 2 stick men.
I'm just going to put both of my 8 foot tallness hands on her shoulders and go,
Remember, there are no mistakes, just happy little accidents.
Like when I killed Moser.
I'm going to head off to the right.
Take an inspiration, Crow. You mean like this?
Yeah.
Well, bye. You went off to the right. Yeah, it's empty. It just is a totally empty wall minus that one picture.
I take it this is the one with the black circle.
There's no black circle.
Oh, there's no circle at all on either side.
Nope.
And it was a baby dragonborn.
Yes. Little baby dragonborn.
Do.
I'm gonna go back off to the baby dragonborn, and I'm gonna take out some parchment and use my chalk, and I'm gonna make like an imprint of that particular panel.
Oh. Okay. It will not fit on your one piece of paper.
Shit!
Considering it's a 15-foot tall wall.
I might have forgotten about that part.
Maybe now because it's because you're so much bigger now. He's sort of oh fuck it, everything's so much smaller.
Okay. Buttercup want to head in a different direction.
I never went with you. I'm still in the middle of the wall.
I will go back to her and ask her if she wants to head in a different direction.
Well, we could do. Have you noticed that it doesn't seem to matter which direction we go in? We still find a wall. Maybe it's time to use one of your tuning forks.
Just a little further. Let's see if there's another one around here.
Oh, all right then. As long as I've got anything better to do.
You guys walk off.
Which direction are we going? Or just straight away from this wall?
That way. No, we can't do that way. We had that way already. 1 second.
What are the odds?
That way.
Isn't that... Aren't we just basically going to hit the wall just to further down?
Shit, you're probably right. We'll just wander off in a random direction that is not that way.
Okay. You guys wander off into a different direction into the darkness. You begin to hear the sounds of wind, and you feel the cold licking against your skin.
Oh, cut it out, Grumble.
You eventually, the darkness seeds away, and you guys.
I was enjoying that.
You guys find yourself in a snow-covered mountainscape. Ahead of you is an opening that you can see through. And 2 corpses. One of Mozarinth and one of Vazio.
Oh, I shall run up. You survived, my love.
They are dead.
You didn't survive, my love.
Are they decayed or just dead?
They're decayed and dead.
But they're not ash like what was happening before.
Well, no, they're just bone, which is what happened before.
Oh, so it's just there's no flesh on them. There's bone.
They're just bones.
I wonder what happened here.
Is there any indication as to how they died?
You can make medicine checks.
Can I just not look at the back of the skull?
Make a medicine check.
17.
13.
Yeah, I mean, Fazio definitely does have busted up back of his skull.
I wonder how that happened.
Definitely marks of the battle you just had with them.
Sadly, not telling Lacey.
Do I remember anything about what dragons do with their remains typically?
It depends on the dragon. There are tons of different things that get done.
Do I know what might be done for these particular 2?
Well, considering they're ancient dragons, I don't know how you would carry their bones anywhere.
No, maybe we should contact Lacey and ask her, because she might be able to do a resurrection or something like that. She'll probably want to know. I think I've got a sending stone to Lacey. Unless you have. Have I cut out again?
No,
I'm just thinking. I'm looking.
Oh, think louder so I can hear you.
I was making faces at stream.
Oh, right. Should we do that? Okay, I'm doing it. Okay.
I don't have a sending stone to her.
I do. I've spoken to her before.
How about it then?
Because I think she was quite rude. Hi, Lacey. Hi, Lacey. Buttercup. Found bodies of.
If you game online, your personal information.
Whoa.
And Mozaranth. What to do?
Twitch, I just refreshed my own stream. Don't play
Oh,
an
dear.
ad. Don't play an ad on my stream. I don't get money from the ad you play on my stream. You can suck my dick.
That's out of order.
Yeah,
An ad on your-
don't put ads on my stream if I don't get any money.
You know what would be the ultimate irony here? It was an advert saying, and we are the Cleveland Visitors Board. Visit Cleveland.
Gross.
Home of a team called the Browns.
Buttercup, as you go and sending this,
Yeah.
you both kind of wake back up from the zone out you have had previously. Buttercup, you find yourself with Henry, heading back to Resistance Camp, and Grumble, you're in Rhea.
Have I just sent this sending to...
You haven't heard anything back.
I'll just look down and make sure I haven't got a sending stone in my hand.
You do not.
Oh, right, okay. Phew. You will not believe the fever dream I've just had.
No, probably not.
But Grumble was there, and I was there, and Vazi was there, and Mosramp was there, but you weren't.
And Toto. Toto was there.
Oh, is Toto a bullet? Toto was there. I didn't know you'd met him.
But yes, that is where we will conclude our spooky Halloween stream. Congratulations, guys. You have killed Vazio and Molzarinth.
I feel strangely...
Not satisfied with...
You've also been given a freaking lot of prophecies.
Yes, that I didn't write down.
Neither did I. Shit.
Yeah, because I was hoping this wasn't canon.
We can just do intelligence saving throws to remember them all.
That's a good point, yes. You do intelligence saving throws to remember the stuff that I forget. Even the stuff you weren't there for. You'd have to make some really good intelligence saving throws, though.
No, you told me all about them, remember?
Yes, I do. I remember this. It was when Pobbs was resetting.
No, but you genuinely told me all about them when we met back up.
Yes, I did that as well, yes.
Have you forgotten that already?
No, I do remember that now. You've mentioned it.
Yeah, I just don't think he realized what you were saying.
Yeah.
Well, yes, that is our session.
Yay!
Wait, before we end the session, exclamation mark grab.
That's not a thing.
Yes, it is now. Give me it.
It's not a thing anymore.
No. There's no such thing as rhythm bot.
I can't just give you the music anymore.
Can you, maybe post a link?
I would have to find it on the internet again.
Then don't bother, because that's way too much hassle.
I mean, do you want this or the thing we were listening to?
This.
Okay, this I think I know. This one I might know.
Ooh, Zach says he's got it.
I mean, I played this in the Rhythm channel before, so I think I can find it. Yeah.
Zach, let's all be Himri.
It's all gross. Are you getting it, Zach? Should I stop wasting my time? Or should I get it? Okay. I'll get it. Okay, here it is. I'll just put it in the D&D chat. Boop. So yes, good job, guys.
Yay!
You've murdered my dragons.
Yay!
I feel like that's fair.
Here's the thing, Greater Restoration doesn't say you can undo mind controls, that's why I didn't try it.
You both will, by the way, earn a 5k XP.
And that suggests that it wasn't real.
No, definitely not.
Well, shit. One effect that charmed or petrified target. Maybe I should have tried this before we killed them.
They weren't real.
You're sticking with that, huh?
I'd like to sort of think that they were worth more than 5,000 XP.
Guys, the next time we play will be the 14th.
14th. Bloody hell.
Boy,
Soon be Christmas.
it will soon be. Yep, that's correct.
Yeah.
Wait, what the fuck? Greater Restoration, one effect reducing the target's hit point maximum.
Yeah.
How on earth does that work if it's restoration?
It's restoring it.
Oh, restoring that. Okay, right. That makes more sense. I was like, hang on, why would a healing spell reduce your hit point maximum?
Stream. Have a good one. Cleveland, you suck. And
Yes, indeed.
Dicks and butts.
Oh,
And everything in between.